Good morning, everyone. We'll resume the hearing of the application by Tenex Group Limited, and this morning we're just continuing on with hearing from our submitters. But before we do that, anything from the 42A reporting team for us this morning?
Just letting you know that we do have Peter Runcie on standby, acoustic expert, should you have any questions for him this afternoon.
All right, thank you. And from the applicant, anything for us this morning?
Nothing to raise, thank you.
Mr. Gardner-Hopkins, I just wanted to ask you if you'd given any thought to your reply, whether you intended to do a verbal reply, a written reply, or a mixture of both?
Yes, and it does seem like we're making reasonable progress in terms of timing. Depending how we go today, I do have some written notes prepared in terms of what's already been covered at the hearing. And so I do think if we even have time this afternoon, I'd be able to give I guess a part written and part oral reply that may then perhaps just be followed up in writing. The one matter that just might need a bit more time is any reply on updated conditions. And I think we perhaps had in mind suggesting perhaps a week be given for the planners to effectively conference on any final updates and provide a consolidated version that shows all the amendments that might be agreed, and if there are remaining points of difference, clearly identify those.
You know, that sounds very good. Speaking on our behalf, I'd be very happy for you, if you wish to, and time allowed, to give a verbal reply this afternoon, just highlighting the key points, and then for you to follow that up with a comprehensive reply in writing at a time that suits you, that included the conditions. So if that would be satisfactory for you, then we'd be happy with that.
Yes, happy to proceed on that basis. As I do say, I do have some notes in writing, but it may just be more efficient to provide one set of written replies or a written reply, but to hit the keynotes verbally today.
All right, well, that'll be good. So let's proceed on that basis, and hopefully time will allow that to happen. All right, so now we turn to our submitters, and our first submitter this morning is Peter Lockhead. So Mr. Lockhead, good morning and welcome. Obviously, we've read your original written submission, but I see you've gone to the trouble to type out some notes for us. So
just brief points or bullet points.
That's fine. So if you're happy just to read that out to us, we'd be happy with that.
Well, I'm going to read parts of it out and ad-lib parts of it as well. They're just the bullet points to get me started.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name's Peter Lockhead. I'm a fourth generation Te Puna resident and consider myself very lucky that my great-grandfather chose to establish the family in Te Puna rather than Auckland, where he was heading to be a farmer, but came across Te Puna, and that's where we have settled for 140 years. With the land that is in question of the three properties in Station Road, that formed part of the original farm. And somewhere in the period between 1883 and 1886, my grandfather, being a farmer, saw the potential in what was swampland then, now called wetland, and created the drain, which is now called Te Hauko Stream. You will notice, if you've walked around any parts of Te Puna, out to Okimoki Point from Station Road, around to Faulkner's Point, and from Faulkner's Point or leach point, I should say, around to the Te Puna stream. It's all low-lying land and all drained. With his knowledge of this type of farming, he passed it on to the locals, as we were the only European family in the area for 20 miles, having converted it to kilometres at this stage. So we worked as a community effort to create Te Puna as a farmland district. So having the swamp, we learnt pretty quickly by trial and error, I suppose, how to deal with swamps. Firstly, the number one, you have to have drains clear continually so they don't silt up, so that the eels and other living organisms survive happily in those drains. What we did learn was that you needed a good grass cover so you didn't get overland silting or it slowed it down. You also got silting through land. In other words, in the layer of the wet soil, the water forces the silt to go through and come out in the drain. And part of our experiment was in drought seasons, you would block off some of these drains to hold the water level so you got good grass growing to feed the animals. But you had to be conscious you didn't leave it too long, otherwise the land got waterlogged and turned to porridge and unusable by either animals or tractors. So with this, I've got no expert experience in understanding or knowing when you put 2 metres of earth on top of that soft ground, what does it do? Does it force more silt out into the drains? Does it waterlog that layer? So effectively, by the edge of the drain, that soil is so waterlogged it slumps into the drain. And that's what you've been told and have photos that has been happening. So they're just some of the concerns I have with the water table and the drainage and the silt build-up in those drains. Going back to the agreed, or the first agreed documents in 2005, I disagree with the expert's opinion that the effect of these buildings being activities have no effect on the stormwater. If the overland flood path retention ponds had been put in place at the start, the neighbouring land would not be flooding as extremely as it is. Moving on to the plate or the bun wall and all this that's been said prior to myself speaking. I'm not a landscaper. My father-in-law is a landscape nurseryman. My brother-in-law is a landscape nurseryman. My sister-in-law is a landscape nursery person. When I showed them the shape of the bun wall, they just said, impractical. You can't have an uneven hill, if you want to call it for the best description, and plant trees on it and expect it to hold like that with that type of soil. It will slump in heavy rains, it will gouge, and the trees will fall over. It's nowhere near the shape that's been requested time and time again in the 205 report and the district scheme plan. Impractical. And it's just going to keep silting up the drain from its fall. Even when you get rid of the grass on it, that's going to open up, it dries out, and you're going to get dust or silt floating around into the drain, into the atmosphere. I don't know, is it in the right place? There's been no survey plan done for that, the drain, and the overland floodpath and the retention ponds to be vested into council. Another question. As I've said in this report, there's been numerous approvals or documents signed by the 3 landowners, and yet nothing has come of it. And the example, or one of these examples, is, let's just move to road safety. The council had an agreement, memorandum of agreement, to drop the responsibility from the 3 landowners in regards to roading upgrades and improvements, along with Clark Road traffic calming. All 3 signed, but they didn't complete the conditions, 2 of the conditions. So therefore, in my opinion, it's done, finished, out of the question, and we revert back to the Environment Court ruling on roading improvements. Talking of which, the intersection of Station Road and Te Puna Road, in the report to produce this memorandum, the council employed a traffic engineer to say that that intersection had been upgraded and was satisfactory. I had the ability to engage a conversation with Transit New Zealand's, he's now retired, road safety engineer, to read that report and to look at that road. His comment to me was, too steep, angles are bad, top heavy loads will topple over. I thought, well, what did he do? Sure. That was in January. In May, a kiwi fruit truck loaded with kiwi fruit bins toppled over, losing its top 2 layers. They carry 3 layers. This guy knows his stuff. So we need to go back to the conditions right from day one and start again and get it right. Get clarity. Get clarity on what can be down there. Clear clarity. If it means going back to Judge Smith, so be it. He's on the circuit again now, I believe, so it'll be quite simple to go back to him. But we're going round and round and round in circles. And the Te Puna residents are sick of it. We see in the applicant's report that he has spent in excess of $600,000 on reports. Has he achieved anything? No. What has the residents of Te Puna spent? We don't just have a brainwave, we pay to talk to planning lawyers, environmental lawyers, roading engineers, landscapers, and our time. I look at some of the agreements the council staff have done for these applicants. Te Puna residents are saying, what the hell's the council staff doing? And I asked the same question. And the light bulb moment came on last night after sitting here, listening to a lot of the applicants, particularly one, which was very important. And that is, the council has tried to assist these three developers to go forward and create something. And the three developers have stumbled and left the council staff and the councillors hanging. My comment to everyone here in this room now is stop the mucking around. Get back to basics. Sit down, read that document, and get on with it. Stop fluffing around. You're just putting everyone offside. The Te Puna residents in majority have a hatred for these three developers. Justified? I don't know. They've got a hatred to the council because they think the council staff and councillors have let them down. There's no need for that. If everyone just does what they say they're going to do or what they've signed up to do. Don't let the people down. Sorry I haven't read exactly what I've written down here, but I decided I would ad-lib it a fair bit because I get very passionate about land being wasted, particularly land in my passionate area. And I'm sure our forefathers would be extremely disappointed to what they see today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll see if we have questions. James, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. I have no questions. Thank you for your submission.
And I don't have any questions either. I think the points you made were very clearly made, so there's nothing that I need to clarify with you, but thanks very much for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Sarah Rice.
Sorry, I just need a moment to set myself up.
Yep, it's fine.
I'm gonna need to- I don't know if I can grab myself some more. I'll stay here with you. You know what? Good morning. My name is Sarah Rice. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself, on behalf of Otumotai Te Puna Pony Club, for which I'm a past president, and on behalf of Priority Te Puna Incorporated Society, for which I'm the current secretary. I've looked at the council submission. In the main, their views are consistent with mine. I support their recommendation that the application be declined. My spoken evidence today will include clarity on where I disagree with the council submission. Please bear with me. It's been a bit of a mission to work out what to say on behalf of all the people and all the people I'm representing today. I've done my best to condense things, and I suppose this is where you start to get an understanding of the personal impact that it's had on me, being hundreds and hundreds of hours of my time. This is the second week I've taken off to deal with the Tinex site in the last 3 months. I moved to Te Puna in 2005. Before building our home, I asked questions of locals about what was happening in Station Road. It was clear even back then that something was happening. I was directed to the 2005 court ruling, which I read and was comforted by. This was going to be a rural business park, a nice little hub that would service the local community. It was going to be an asset. I took seriously note 98, which reads, "For our part, we have concluded that one advantage of this proposed change is that it would directly provide for enhancement of the environment and amenity of the area, rather than merely its protection." So I read the list of permitted activities and pictured the type of businesses that may move into this park. A mix of rural businesses that would include nurseries, vets, tractor mower repairs, cafes, all businesses that would enhance the area and be of use to local residents. The buildings would be painted to fit in with the environment. The roads would be sealed. Wetlands would be developed and managed. This was to be a destination for Te Puna people, a place where you could come and buy a few plants, some animal feed, run a few errands, meet a friend for coffee. Oh, and enjoy the reserve. So fast forward a few years, we've established ourselves in Te Puna. Our daughter was born in 2006. She's into horses, so we joined the local pony club, which owns approximately 10 acres across the railway line in Tihana Road from the Tinex site. The business park still looks a mess, but there is stuff happening. We assume that despite the delay, the business park is going to go ahead and we'll finally get what we were promised. Then in 2016, AJ Demolition move in. Next, the concrete crushing operation began, and that was banging and dust. And we're thinking, what the heck? How does this sort of thing get consent without the pony club being consulted? We're a community group providing outdoor activity to children just across the road. The dust would travel to the club grounds as we rode. And as president, I felt a responsibility to find out more about what was going on. Now, the club was used to development. It's actually surrounded by a housing development. That developer has been outstanding. He's kept us in the loop. He's been an excellent neighbour in all ways. He's managed the dust. He's managed the noise. He's helped our club out in many practical ways. So this was the point when I began engaging more with those in the community who we've heard from, a few of them, who had serious concerns about the business park development as a whole for years and years, some of those people going back to 2002. This is when I found out about harmful airborne silica produced from concrete crushing. This is when I found out about the level of unconsented activity and compliance generally. So that's sort of how... That was the beginning of why I'm here today, really. So fast forward again to 2021, concerns about the business park were growing in the wider community. In late 2020, the council issued the abatement notice for the concrete crushing, thank goodness, but what next? There'd been complaints about so many different things. People were living in the relocatable houses that were on the site and making noise at night. People were questioning the earthworks. Where were the promised wetlands? Where was the overland flow path? There were also documents that community members had received about council meeting with Container Co, who also wanted a piece of this business park. Concern in the community just continued to grow. So then in January 2021, a few concerned community members held a public meeting at Te Puna Rugby Club. This was in the midst of COVID level 2 restrictions. and yet over 100 locals turned up. The mayor and the councillors turned up to listen, and we all sat outside in our masks, socially distancing and talking about the issues we all felt. And I think this meeting was a turning point for our community. We all came together and we knew that we had each other's backs, and we heard concerns from all and sundry. We learned about cultural concerns and history. We heard from people who talk from their perspective and their place of knowledge. We made a lot of connections that day, and we formed an informal group, which in March became Priority Te Puna Incorporated Society, March 2022, that is. Our membership currently stands at 121 people and is growing. Our membership includes a wide cross-section of the local community and those who whakapapa to the area. We also enjoy support from people outside of our membership in Te Puna, Whakamarama, Omokoroa, Karikari and Waihi. Now, evidence of the concern felt about Tinex specifically includes the huge community effort to fund legal costs to be an S274 party to the recent abatement appeal hearing. The community has donated approximately $44,000 to Priority Te Puna to date. Pretty much all of that has been spent on legal support regarding the applicant. Donations have varied between $5 and $2,000. They've come from over 100 households. I think, in addition, loads of people have given up their time. So I think that stands to speak to the strength of feeling within the community. The community do feel cheated and angry that they've had to weather continuous issues with this site since 2002, when the three owners first proposed a joint zone change and commissioned the Opus report. So I mentioned there's one point where we disagree with council. That's, we disagree with point 48 in the council officer's report written by Heather Perring. Would you like me to read that point?
Yep, you may as well.
Okay, so the point was the site was initially zoned Te Puna Rural Business Park Zone when it was first inserted into the district plan following the Environment Court's decision in 2005. In 2008, council notified a district plan review, which included a proposal to remove subzones from the plan and included rezoning of the Te Puna Business Park to the industrial zone, rather than remaining as a rural business park zone. No submissions were received on the proposed change in zoning. Rather, 41 submissions were received that opposed the business park altogether, mainly on the basis of traffic effects. The proposal was retained and a district plan became operative on the 16th of June 2012. Okay, so the rationalisation of zones was not mentioned in the key changes published in the district plan. And on my evidence list, I believe that is Appendix 2. And if you were to go to page 19, you'd see all the key changes. It's not there. So the community were completely blindsided when they learned only in 2019 that the business park was no longer a subzone of rural, as ruled by Judge Smith in 2005. They couldn't appeal because they had no idea changes had been made. At no time in the 2009-2012 Western Bay District Plan review process was the zone rationalisation communicated to the public. The changes, which were an unconsidered clerical issue, we fear have served to undermine the rural compatibility and enhancement aspects assured by Judge Smith. And we advocate strongly that the integrity of the 2005 zone change ruling is adhered to. It's the bare minimum that our community deserve. And that's where our criticism of the council's evidence ends. So this may be stating the obvious, but I think it needs to be said. Another 2 years of operating without full compliance of structure plan requirements will infuriate the community beyond belief. The applicant has been operating commercial activity, starting with AJ Demolition since 2016. The applicant, as a founding party to the zone change, was and is very aware of the prerequisites to any commercial activity. The applicant has, through abatement, had the district plan requirements enforced over and over again, and yet persisted with non-compliance. Through the abatement appeal process, we saw that the applicant communicated the compliance issues to his tenants with varying degrees of transparency. For instance, Mr. Kegg, the Total Relocations manager, had never seen or heard of a noise management plan when questioned in court a couple of months ago. The tenants who spoke at the recent court hearing were AJ Demolition manager Roy Lendorf and Total Relocations David McKegg. They clearly understood that the rent they pay to Mr. Daniel is well below market rate. They would never pay so little for a site that was compliant and professionally developed. We submit they knew and accepted the yards were provided as an ad hoc development with no infrastructure and included the associated risks of operating on an unconsented site. These risks include being ordered to relocate, such as a process like this. On a side note, both of those tenants and other witnesses have spoke about the lack of affordable industrial land in the Western Bay. We submit that Mr. Daniel's land is affordable because it's poorly developed, lacks basic infrastructure and lacks consents for use. Total Relocations pay approximately $17, including GIST, per square metre per year. AJ Demolition are paying approximately $12, including GIST, per square metre per year. It occurs to me on a personal basis that the businesses operating here are competing with similar businesses on an unfair basis. Their competitors have to pay fair market rent for properly developed and consented land. It would be naive of the tenants to think they were getting such preferential rates with no risk attached. This is a real effect that leaving this business in situ would have on other businesses who are working on compliant business parks. We see a continuation of scope creep away from the structure plan and away from the intent of the Environment Court decision. We ask that the commissioners compare what we have now to what we were led to expect from the 2005 ruling. We note that Mr. Daniel has other resource consent applications being processed and that a waiver of being processed that request a waiver of some of the structure plan. This to me speaks to a lack of intention by Mr. Daniel to comply in full with the existing structure plan in the next 2 years. It seems quite obvious. This application, which is the 13924L, that we are here to discuss, notes another application, 12979, that's in for retrospective consent for earthworks that have been undertaken, and there's yet another 13474 for waiving of compliance for an incorrectly built bund with non-compliant planting. The bund, which others have spoken to, is already collapsing and polluting the drains along the side of the road. I endorse Neville Bigwa and Bev Kane's statement about the state of this bund. The 2 years being sought assumes that these 2 further resource consent applications will be approved and does not allow time for the earth to be removed, the bund to be reconstructed and replanted correctly if those RCAs are refused. The applicant is keen to downplay the effects that the existing tenant have on the community, and the community disagrees. Priority Te Puna would not be receiving the financial and moral support of so much of the community to oppose this application if the effects of the existing activity were minimal. The non-complying activities affect people and property in our area on a frequent and ongoing basis. So, coming to my first picture. This is on Te Puna Station Road. This is the path, the part that goes past the path site. And this would have been taken, this is taken quite soon after the collapse, a few weeks after the collapse. So referring to the possibility that Te Puna Station Road may be opened one way in the future, I think it's significant that over 60 Pererako Hapu members said do not open the road when they completed a recent survey for the council. A lot of the concern was regarding vibrations from heavy vehicles exacerbating the slip. When you see big trucks driving along that road, you can see the Wairoa River ripple. And I think that speaks to the quality of the road itself. Okay, so let me... Is that my first one? No. How do I get back? Where's my arrow? Wrong glasses. Okay, perfect. So this picture here This is a swimming pool being transported along Clark Road. We've got no faith that the proposed traffic management plan will be adhered to by the tenants as regards Clark Road. Clark Road is just too convenient. The unsuitability of all the local roads for heavy traffic mean that the chicanes in Clark Road are not a sufficient deterrent. Mr. Daniels proved himself capable of communicating, managing and enforcing other management plans, such as the noise management plan, to his tenants. So the promise to stick to yet another plan provided to him by a consultant does not fill us with hope for compliance. Another large truck on Clark Road. These two photos show the impact of the large trucks using Clark Road. In our submission, you'll also see evidence specifically of AJ demolition trucks and McLeod cranes on their way to the Tinnex site using Clark Road. A further problem that we have with the condition proposed is that the applicant knew that the chicanes were put in place to prevent business park traffic using Clark Road. But he didn't do anything to stop any of the tenants using Clark Road until publishing the recent traffic plan, which finally suggests his tenants shouldn't use Clark Road. And we think this is typical of the behaviour, and it's beyond tiresome. It really is. The proposal to only use Te Puna Road increases safety issues in other areas. So if you don't mind, we're going to work our way back from Te Puna roundabout on State Highway 2. Te Puna Road is a residential rural road used by commuters, pedestrians, rural and horticultural contractors, cyclists, people travelling to and from the local school and the rugby club. It's not made for oversized vehicles. You can take a look at this video for a moment. So you can see this video shows the issue of oversized vehicles using Te Puna Road. It's actually travelling towards the roundabout. I saw it pull out of the junction. It had to swing across 2 lanes to get onto Te Puna Road from Te Puna Station Road. You can also clearly see it cross the centre line as it went round the corner. And that's on Te Puna Road, which is the widest and most suitable road that we do have. At the junction of Te Puna Station Road and Te Puna Road, it's just unsuitable, as we've heard many times in the last few days, for oversized and heavy trucks. The slope, the camber, the sight line when exiting Te Puna Station Road is tricky to negotiate, plus there's no turning lane to support a large vehicle turning right from Te Puna Road into Te Puna Station Road. Large vehicles have to cross the centre line to negotiate that turn in. I'm just going to show you next video. Does that play? Oh, thanks. So while we acknowledge that this truck is not from the Tinnex site, it's indicative and it does demonstrate the issues of oversized vehicles using this junction. You can see, first of all, the slope of the junction means that the oversized vehicle cannot stop at it as they lose too much momentum to make the dangerous manoeuvre in a timely fashion. It's a stop sign there, but they can't stop. The truck then clearly takes up 2 full lanes of Te Puna Road. Note the footpath on the right, the poor visibility to the south for traffic coming around that corner over the hill. The truck's either on the berm or it's extremely close to it. Note also the person taking the video is at a complete standstill in a left-hand turn bay to allow the vehicle room to manoeuvre. This video is 11 seconds long, and at the point it cuts off, the truck's still occupying the entire width of Te Puna Road. And this is a major safety concern to me. This video was taken by a mum on her way home from school pickup. So my next thing, hang on, okay, so here's some shots from Te Puna Road, just to get your bearings. The top left quarter of the top picture, you can just see the corner of Burrell Road where the school is ahead of you. So note the brake lights on the trailer in front of the photographer. Recall the short sight lines to the rear. Note the black car at the very front of that queue. It's pulled over to the left-hand side to avoid the truck. On the left of this picture is a pedestrian footpath. Traffic expert Justine Wilson clearly identified safety issues with potential for nose-to-tail collisions encountering a traffic queue like this. Now let's look at the manoeuvre itself on the bottom picture as well. The white car approaching the give way on Te Puna Station Road has had to stop well back from the junction, and the truck and trailer unit has had to cut the corner to negotiate the turn. The vehicle is fully using the northbound give way lane. And next one. Okay, so at point 89 in Mr. Crosson's evidence, he quotes Mr. Harrison, who says there's no history of crashes at the Te Puna Station Road junction. This is factually incorrect. Mr. Harrison and Mr. Crosson were part of the TINEX team at the recent Environment Court hearing where Priority Te Puna presented photographic evidence of this crash that happened literally days prior to the hearing. In addition to this crash, I and other local people have pulled people from their vehicles at this junction surprisingly often. A member of our community tragically lost her life there in August 2016. The power pole is regularly damaged, and only a couple of weeks ago our roads were congested as the lines company repaired yet more damage to it. So this picture was taken on July the 27th this year. Conditions were slippery, you can see it's wet, camber's difficult, and this truck just slid into the power pole, causing disruption and line damage. Vehicles from the TINEX site include similar oversized and heavy vehicles. The intersection is just wholly unsuitable for the traffic that TINEX tenants operate. We support Ms. Perring's conclusion that the intersection has not been upgraded to the level identified as necessary in 2005. It's morally irresponsible for the applicant to claim that the intersection is to standard, regardless of a clerical error in an MOU. So this hasn't been spoken about so much. This is a sharp corner from, a couple of hundred yards away from the junction. This is going towards the junction, this picture. You can see the sight lines there. This is coming towards Te Puna Station Road junction again, yet another corner. Oops, hang on. So those couple, they do show, it's not a great road for industrial traffic to be on. Just down from that junction is a really sharp corner. I personally have met vehicles, as I've driven down to the Pony Club, I've personally met vehicles coming the other way that come right over the white line in the middle. We've got anecdotal evidence of lots of other people experiencing the same thing. It's not somewhere we sit and take photos. It's way too dangerous for that. That corner is a known crash site as well. We regularly see cars in drains on the side of the road there. Regarding the road widening at the entrance to the TINEX site, we agree with Ms. Wilson's findings that there's a lack of capacity to accommodate trucks turning in and out the site, causing risk of accident. Local people have experienced having to stop to allow trucks in and out of the site. Plus, it's quite scary when you're stopped. That road is really fast, and you see in your mirror, somebody coming along behind you, and you're pumping your brakes to make sure that they've seen you or putting your hazard lights on. It's not ideal, and it's quite scary. The road is too narrow, no right turn bay, no room for evasive maneuvers. Those drains are really deep on both sides. So there's a lot more we could say about the unsuitability of the local roads to support the current activities remaining. We understand it's built on old carry logs across soft alluvial soil. The road collapsed a couple of years ago just before that sharp corner. it just subsided on the left-hand side. It just sunk, and it took months and months. We had traffic lights there sometimes it was just cones, sometimes you just had to wing it a bit to get round there, but it took ages because it was technically challenging to prop the road back up again. Just before the corner, there's been a history of water coming up through the road as well. Initially, we were talking about it and the community thought, well, this is probably a spring. We do live in Te Puna after all. I believe it was identified finally as a water pipe, and the water pipe had cracked and was leaking due to the movement in the soft alluvial soil as well. So it's just not in its current state, as you can see from this picture. It's just not a suitable road for any business park traffic. Just want to talk about environment for a little while. As per our submission, AJ Demolition have caused anger in the community for their lack of environmental understanding and care at all stages of their operation. Ms. Perring has referred to concerns around silica and asbestos. We've provided photos in our submission of the concrete crushing operation that locals repeatedly highlighted. Such was our concern for the possible damage to the local ecology that in 2022, Priority Te Puna undertook eDNA testing of the stream, which showed threatened and at-risk species, as previously described: longfin eels, giant kakapo, freshwater mussels, giant bully, and a brown teal. This week, we finally see evidence of water quality testing by the applicant. Now, it's unconscionable that it has taken this much time and pressure for the applicant to show any interest in water quality. One test at the entrance to the site, which is surrounded by water and groundwater 18 years after a zone change, does not provide us with a satisfactory history of how the last 18 years worth of fill, earthworks and industrial activity have affected the environment. It also speaks to the lack of environmental care that has been applied to the development. Excuse me. The current situation is that runoff from the site is channeled through the bunds and into the roadside drain. From the drain, it flows to meet the Hakao stream, and from there into the Wairoa River and then the harbour. Priority Te Puna committee member and Pirarakau Kaumātua Neville Bidwar highlighted water quality concerns with images at the abatement hearing. He described discoloured material oozing through the bunds directly into the unimproved stormwater system. Alison Cowley spoke about how water flooded in this area yesterday, and I endorse her comments on that. Okay. So let's explain this picture. This is the roadside drain, and you can see the bund at the rear of the photo. Currently, we understand pipes bring water from the site underneath the bund and then over the flat area and into the roadside drain. The effect this is having is that the edge of the drain is collapsing, and it should be noted that the stormwater leaving the site is unfiltered. Priority Te Puna was shocked at the recent court hearing to hear that Mr. Lendorf, who is the manager of AJ Demolition, didn't know that there was a hail classification on the land under his operation. Neither was he aware of the environmental dangers of leaching from crushed concrete, potentially affecting wildlife. This information is available via a simple Google search of the Regional Council's website. Mr. Lendorf had no understanding of how stormwater from the site he manages exits into the environment, and at the time of the hearing had made no effort to investigate the environmental issues that PTP had raised in their evidence to the court. We feel that this lack of care is unforgivable and speaks to the laissez-faire culture on the site. A manager of a site dealing in recycled materials, including highly toxic materials, should be all over this detail. This is a picture of the gateway, Mr. Daniels Gateway, into the industrial park. So in times of floods, all the issues are exacerbated. The community is distressed at the lack of environmental protection and the lack of care to test and understand exactly how much toxic waste is escaping into our precious stream, our river and our harbour. When Mr. Crossan was asked under oath whether he could categorically state that the bunds are in the correct location, he answered that no, he could not state that. We know that the developer is legally required to move the drains inside the Tinnex boundary. This has not been done. The location of the bunds to accommodate the new drain position with structural integrity has not been presented or, to our knowledge, even been decided on. We do not believe that the existing potentially incorrect sited bund was constructed to industry standards or in a manner that protects the environment. There's anecdotal evidence from members of the rugby club who planted the bund in return for a donation that they could barely get any plants dug into it as it was so full of concrete, rubble and rocks. On Monday, Mr. May spoke about the potential of planting mature plants to speed up the process of providing a landscaping solution. He also advocated for a 1 metre setback rather than a 3 metre setback. We submit that the hardscaping of the yards and the rubble-filled bunds would make it really hard to even initially plant mature plants there. For them to then establish themselves, especially with a reduced setback to 1 metre, would be near impossible. We note that there's now an extra consent application to upgrade the culvert in the roadside drainage area. This speaks to the whole ad hoc nature of the development. Will that culvert be part of a broader drain relocation to inside the applicant's boundary as legally required? How can all of this happen if the tenants remain in situ? Has a plan been presented that confirms required drain location and therefore potential remediation with bund relocation? Excuse me, that was a mouthful. Mr. Crossan presents evidence of soil testing from the location of the existing culvert, but notes soil testing from the AJ demolition site where concrete was crushed. There's just too many questions remaining to grant this consent. Priority Te Puna supports a full investigation of the platform itself, as we can find no evidence of engineered preloading or monitoring of fill spread over this extremely compressible and waterlogged alluvial and estuarine silts. At 1.8 metres compacted site raising over his 12-hectare site, Mr. Daniel has deposited over 216,000 cubic metres of fill at the mouth of the valley, with no fit-for-purpose stormwater infrastructure. As the type of fill has never been monitored by anyone other than Mr. Daniel, questions remain about what the fill comprises, how much toxic material could be leaching through those bunds and into our environment. This was addressed by Alison in her submission. I endorse her views on it. The lack of compliance around distance from waterways has not been adhered to, and the commercial activity is occurring closer to the waterways than the stipulated 20 metres that the Environment Court ordered in 2005. So a line in the sand, we think, must be drawn, all commercial activity removed. The existing site examined and remediated, drains moved, bunds repositioned if necessary, internal roads sealed, and examination and remedial works on stormwater and wetlands and full cultural engagement. Quickly talk about another of the tenants. For 4 years, the community has been expressing concerns about the fire risks on this site. To date, firefighting methods are still being discussed. This is in the heart of export-grade horticultural and residential area. The economic and health and safety risk of having no decent plan or availability of water immediately available is just unacceptable. It's just unbelievable. Portaloos. Really, you know, it's in a high wind area. This is where I feel I shouldn't have to say anything further. Do I really have to talk about how below par this solution is for waste management? I just draw your own conclusions. Regarding cultural issues, there are speakers way more qualified than me who have focused on cultural issues around this site. It's enough for me to say that it's an important area culturally, and the Par site should be respected and protected. I endorse Kaumātua Neville Bidwell's submission on cultural matters. So in reply to some additional points I've not yet covered, but that appear in Mr. Crossan's planning evidence, on point 62, now, do you want me to get those up there? See if you can understand what I'm saying without them. I've got them on my screen if I need to refer
I
to
think it's
them.
right. You proceed. We're familiar with that evidence and we can look at it later if we need to.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Okay.
But if you do reference the paragraphs, that would be helpful.
Okay, point 62. Mr. Crossan appears to undervalue the number of submissions received. Some of them were pro forma submissions, and some were from families including children. I felt a bit cross about this because I think that children's voices should and are to be heard clearly by council. Do the children who ride at the Pony Club and have been exposed to the harmful silica not have a right to complain? Does my daughter, who wrote a submission, not a pro forma submission, not count because she's 17? She drives on these roads and has lived in Te Puna all her life. The community wanted to have their say, and the issues with this site are complex and many. And this is a foreign interaction for most people, some of whom don't have digital connection or skills, but all of whom have a right to protect themselves and their community. They've made submissions that communicate what they need to say and have actually taken the time to ask us for help to navigate the process. Mr. Cross suggests there was something of a Facebook campaign. Is this even relevant to the evidence? I can talk quickly. If it is, I'd like to talk quickly about it. If not, I can just move on.
We just take submissions on their face value, so that's...
Yeah, okay. All right, so... well, in that case, the notice of public notification was made by council. Priority Te Puna contacted its members with the notice and further information on how to make a submission. In addition, we shared that information on community Facebook pages between Te Puna and Mokoroa. It's the people it affects most. That really, I don't think that amounts to a campaign. A proportion of the Facebook posts were interacted with by those in support of the applicant. So also gave them the heads up that they could put their submissions in. A Priority Te Puna are careful to communicate openly and honestly with the community, presenting facts, presenting concerns, presenting opportunities for people to have their say, and it's up to the individuals to draw their own conclusions when presented with what we present them with. So point 65. The compliance history of the applicant should absolutely be taken into account in this hearing. It speaks to the lack of faith within the community that any agreed processes will be adhered to. Given the way the applicant does first and ask later, we feel it's unlikely that he'll fully comply within 2 years. And then what? Another extension, another last-second appeal. The community is sick and tired of this never-ending process. At point 66, Mr. Crossan suggests that even if it's true that Mr. Daniel has done nothing to meet the structure plan in the last 18 years, that should be irrelevant from a planning perspective. Why? Why? If we all write plans but we don't stick to them, then at what point should somebody step in and say enough's enough? We're all accountable for the decisions we make and the decisions we ignore, and the decision to ignore specific prerequisites that needed addressing prior to commercial activity is what has brought us to this point today. At point 67, the applicant has been working on consenting these activities since 2020, but the activities began years before that. He knew what he was meant to do in 2005. He understood and agreed 18 years ago, but it wasn't until the council actually came after him that he started looking at getting consents. And this does not sing of a respectable developer keen to work in harmony with the environment and the community. At point 69, the existing tenants are too close to the boundary and runoff from the site goes straight into the drains surrounding the site. If the tenants are to stay in place, it will not be possible to remediate the area, sort the bunds, test the fill, restore the riparian area, and protect and restore the waterways. At point 71, Mr. Crossan notes that there are other activities in the area that generate heavy traffic, and he is not wrong. However, just because others are breaking the rules doesn't mean the applicant should be consented to break the rules. That the other people doing that, their time will come. Furthermore, Mr. Crossan suggests that other heavy vehicles should not technically be considered as part of the existing environment. Using that philosophy, if I get hit by a heavy truck that is technically not supposed to be on Station Road, would I technically be hurt? I apologise for the sarcasm, but you need to understand how fed up we are of playing these games. At point 78, Mr. Crossan is of the opinion that the issues raised in the submissions have been adequately dealt with in the application. I disagree, just disagree. At point 191, Mr. Crossan states, I acknowledge that other business park owners may be watching what happens with interest. Well, they surely will. And if this consent is granted, then it gives everyone along that road a reason to do first and ask later. Please, please do not do this to our community. We are exhausted and all have better things to do with our time than get bogged down in the minutiae of planning and development law. Thousands of hours of lay people's time has gone into fighting for what we shouldn't have to fight for. I have recorded and filed over 10 gig of data in the last 2 years, all pertaining to this business park. I have read files going back to 2002. Supporting the council's recommendation here would allow the community to just step back a little, to let the council do their job without constant badgering, constant OIA request, and weekends gone to reading documents like Mr. Crossan's 104-page planning evidence. Whilst developers are allowed to continue with piecemeal, unconsented activities, the community just finds itself in limbo. Point 217, Mr. Crossan refers to amenity. The Resource Management Act defines amenity values as those natural or physical qualities and characteristics of an area that contribute to people's appreciation of its pleasantness, aesthetic coherence, and cultural and recreational attributes. I ask, on Tuesday's visit, did anybody appreciate natural and physical qualities and characteristics on Mr. Daniel's site that contributed to their appreciation of the pleasantness and aesthetic cohesion and cultural and recreational attributes? This resource consent hearing is for a 2-year extension. No way will the outstanding issues be resolved within 2 years to the satisfaction of the community. Will this applicant in 2 years be able to professionally develop all environment protections and enhancements, to fully understand and respond to the cultural concerns, to plan and build engineered road safety improvements in the immediate vicinity, along with sealing of internal roads and parking, widen a road that has deep drains on either side along a railway, work alongside the other 2 developers, this is key, for a fully integrated cooperative stormwater system on this low-lying land. Geotechnically, it's a challenging site, as we've heard. Will they be able to plan and implement the bigger roading upgrades, including a complete rework of Te Puna Station Road intersection and wider traffic network issues? Will they be able to satisfy all of the screening measures and planting, especially if the bunds have to be moved? Will they be able to plan and develop the wetlands and overland flow path to meet catchment capacity? We do not believe the developer will do this. He has had 18 years. If he is given 2 more years, then I guarantee we will all be back here in 2025. There ends my submission.
Thank you very much for that. It was very comprehensive and helpful. I noted you were reading from a document, so if we could get a copy of that. I know some of it was in your written submission, but there was a lot of new material there, so we'd appreciate having a copy of that. Thank you. Any questions, James?
Thank you, Ms. Rice, for your submission and representative. I have no questions for you, but thank you very much.
And I have no questions either, but you shouldn't take that as a bad thing. That just means that the points you've outlined have been very clearly made, so there's no matter that I need to clarify with you.
Thank you very much.
So you should take that as a compliment rather than not.
Thank you.
All right, so our next submitter is Russell Williams.
Good morning. Hey, may I stand?
Sorry, do
May
you
I
want to?
stand up?
Yeah, yes, you may stand, it's fine.
She was not sure where I should start. Sarah's just about sewn it up. Okay, my name's Russ Williams. Like Mr. Lockhead over here, our family have lived in Te Puna for many years. Like Peter's parents, my parents cut our property around in Snodgrass Road out of the gorse and tea tree by hand, burnt by hand. Cleared drains and farms. This was pointed out. Gee whiz. I'm very passionate about Te Puna and where I live for all sorts of reasons. Born and raised. My parents walked to Te Puna. Took them 3 days from Netherton out Pyro way. We're lucky we have motor cars today, but however. I too am a member of Priority Te Puna and a member of Heartlands Te Puna. And I'm very passionate about those two groups because they look after items in Te Puna like this and deal with it up front. Okay, I'll cut to the chase. I have probably 4 main items I wish to talk about. May I vary off the track a little bit, but amongst that, I'll talk about roading, drainage, clean fill, resource consent. Yeah, forgive me if I do vary a bit, but those are the topics that I wish to talk about this morning. Okay, I'll start from the top there. The Station Road to Te Puna Road Junction. And Sarah's picture showed it all. I live right there on the corner. There was several pictures there that showed my gateway, the white picket fence, and the recycling bin was now lying on its side as the truck had knocked it over. I came home one afternoon and there was these big gouge marks in my outside of the gate where I mow and keep my driveway area very tidy. I like a welcoming point into my driveway. And now there was these, and they're still there, mind you, the big skid marks where that large transporter truck had ploughed into that power pole. I was unaware until I've just seen that picture right now. It was a large transport truck and it was blocking the road, and there was a heavy Moxie earth moving truck there pulling it out. Admittedly, it wasn't probably to do with the applicant, it was probably to do with one of the other businesses down there. But however, I myself personally have pulled motor cars out of that drain and ditch on many occasions. I have a couple of very large tractors. I do contracting in the area and help people at night when they've crashed, come around probably possibly too fast around the corner, taking out power poles, cut power to Te Puna, one thing another, on that same very corner. And there has been 2, maybe 3 fatalities on that same corner. We won't get into that. Okay, so Clark Road is not a good option either. And as Sarah's pictures did well show, the traffic calming and the chicanes that were now in place. clearly not working. There's big muddy areas either side with those large transport trucks, and the rat races, as we call them, race throughout Te Puna, night and morning. I had difficulty getting out my driveway this morning to place the recycling out as it's Wednesday. The rat races along with those heavy traffic, just, you know, it's just crazy shit. Okay, yeah, traffic. The accidents, the truck rollovers, and trucks losing their loads, kiwi fruit bins, it was pointed out. A number of years ago, of course, Station Road is used as a diversion from State Highway 2 if there's works or activities there, accidents, they use Station Road as alternative route. One afternoon during such a time, alternative route, there was a large fuel truck that had rolled on that very same corner. The pictures were there. It was now upturned. Fuel was leaking into the drain. What sort of ecological effect did that have at the time? It's like, Jesus, this thing could blow up. It was empty, full of fumes. Whew, not a good look. So just another roading issue. Egress and degress, entry and exiting all of those sites on Station Road, including the applicants. Like those photos suggest, the vehicles have to clearly pull out of the driveways to the far reach of the wrong side of the road to turning in and out of those driveways. I myself have lots of pictures of transport trucks where they have been entering and exiting the existing site and breaking the edge of the roadway, braking or the entranceway braking to get those vehicles in and out. So is there going to be some sort of incident where a transport truck has lost its load into the drain there? Yeah, those entrances and exits are just not appropriate for that, unless you want to talk about road widening, extra culverts, and again, moving those roadside drains to, you know, allow for the road widening. That's not happening. Sealed entrances and driveways, on many of occasions, there's been dirt and stones and rubble dragged out onto Station Road because of very poor and haphazard, non-sealed entrances to all of the sites. And it's just not acceptable. As I say, I live right there at the junction of Station Road, and I see it on a regular basis, you know, hell's teeth. It's just not acceptable that rocks, dirt, stones, and as those pictures did show, water running across the road there. Okay, my next item, because is drainage. Stormwater management, there is none. Let's just say I'm going to know a little bit about stormwater. Where are the DBD ponds? Where are the silt fences? Where's the water runoff? It goes into the drain next door. Sorry about the sarcasm. Like Sarah's pictures, actually I've got some better ones. Stormwater running through culverts from the inside holding area. Culverted, so the water is released not into a DBD, not through a silt fence, but straight into the Hakau stream. So some time back, there was a gentleman who had some rubber tyres stored there inside of the bunded storage area. Rubber has a tendency to float. The two rubber bits and pieces were coming out through those stormwater drains and straight into the Hakau stream. Along with oil, silica, and asbestos from the storage there at AJ's demolition, where they have the, gee whiz, cast your minds back, the old prefab buildings, school buildings. They were made from fibrolite, probably cheaply constructed back in the 70s. And guess what? Silica and asbestos been found in lots of those buildings. There's now in the Hakau stream. Not good. So yeah, contaminated oils, rubber, silica and asbestos now in the Hakau stream. And of course, down into the Waira River. Champion. Okay, my next item, clean fill. There's mixed fills there in that site. Not a lot of it's clean. A lot of concrete, a lot of rubble, lots of tree stumps. Animal carcasses at least. Those areas were grazed. And there, you know, cattle feces and that now have washed into the stream as well. So, admittedly, there was, a few thousand cubes of clay that were imported, but there was a lot of demolition stuff went in that fill as well. As Sarah well pointed out, the bunding and stuff was all dug and mounded out of non-particular fill material, rocks, rubble, concrete, whatever was there. I witnessed the gentleman up there on his digger haphazardly making the damn bund. Jesus. Haphazard to say the least. Okay, moving on. Since 2005, or maybe a little bit beforehand, damn near 20 years has gone by. 20 years since, or 18 years, since these fine gentlemen have been at work down the Station Road. And as already has been well pointed out, residents of Te Puna have sort of asked, geez, what's going on down there? There's all this, happening. Doesn't look very safe and secure. As a community, we've had enough, and now's our time to shine. And I'll say I'm passionate about the place I live for good reason. Been in an area longer than Barry has, damn sight longer. So, I too ask the cost, and it's a fair question. It's not an unfair question. The cost to ratepayers, which I am one. The cost, to Western Bay to get people together like this, don't come cheap. I've taken, a day off work, non-paid, to come and speak. We've all got mortgages to pay, so how much, how long, how much longer is it going to go on? It's already gone too far. Where does it end? Okay, my other key item. Resource consents. There is none. But through probably maybe the last 10, 15 years, payments have been received, for rental space, as was pointed out earlier. It almost makes it illegal trading to receive funds or funds to be paid for without resource consent. It's a given thing. There is a rule book to follow. Has this been followed? No, it hasn't. From AJ's demolition, and there was a gentleman, as I said, there with tyres stored up, but that was a major fire hazard. And it was also pointed out, imagine if some of those tens of thousands of tyres that were bundled up there at one part of it caught alight. We've seen instances of that in Auckland recently where it took 3-4 days to put out the fires in the rubber. Toxic fumes. School just up the road, export kiwi fruit properties. Was the retirement, what's the name, the retirement village just down the road, It's not good enough. I too have seen people living in those buildings of the house removal outfit that's down there, and at nights, and there's been odd parties and stuff. It's like, what the hell? It's a housing transport firm that has been there for some period of time, and I too ask about sanitary conditions, toilets, washers, showering. How do they get on? Portaloos, is this acceptable? Should there be people living on that site even? No. So again, we ask the question, why? Okay, I'll vary a little bit. As a member of community and stuff, we've had signs and stuff put up against the business park and other things put up. I've got to say, Barry G, was the Dunny incident. Maybe you don't know about it, but I suspect you do. There was an old toilet bowl thrown in my driveway, smashed everywhere. It was pointed at me, the way I saw it, and I suspect that came from down your way, but however. I was upset by that, It was a direct hit at myself. What, so I care about the community? Someone had thrown an old toilet bowl, smashed it in my driveway. There's shit on your face, Russ. Not good. Our signs were vandalised, cut down, a little bit like Honeheke. It just fueled my fire a bit more. I built a steel one. That too got blown down. Thrown in the Waira River. Don't shake your head, honey. So, I just amazed that it's just gone so far. Yes, there are signs up around Te Puna talking about the container park, one thing another. We're allowed to do that. And it's raised people's awarenesses to the goings on at Te Puna. What's this, a container park? Yeah, apparently, and a business park there. But however, someone saw it in their right to tear them down, destroy them, throw them in a river. Needless to say, I went and put them back up the following day and renewed signs at our own cost to us, as was pointed out earlier. It's cost, our Te Puna group many thousands of dollars to front this. We've done it on our own backing and do no donations from good people in Te Puna to do this because they care. They care about their community, which is most important. A little bit of sarcasm. Poor Barry. Everyone's having a crack at him. But you know, engineers, the mayor, our local councillor are as much to blame. They've let this go on for so long, damn near 20 years. Why didn't they nip this in the bud earlier? The flooding, as the pictures well showed, there's asbestos, the silica. Some of us are engineers. You've got an engineer on site who knows about bunding, who knows about silt fences, stormwater's channeled off, you know, into ponds, and the silt's gathered there. Even the old basic silt fence around a construction site to halt the materials and let the water pass through. Nothing. You know, for water channeling to capture that before it flowed into the Hakau stream and into the Wairau River, not acceptable at all. I used to enjoy fishing, go down to the river in the morning, catch a fat kahawai for breakfast, put it in a pan. Sorry, that's not happening anymore. You end up with cancer, I suppose. So, I just, like every other member in Te Puna, I care, we care. This practice is just not acceptable. And as much as we should blame the applicant, I believe council are at fault here as well, big time. I've recently, and yeah, I'm building a large implement shed and hay barn on my property in Te Puna. I've been through the channels. I have, you know, engineers' reports and permits and planning all done here in the office. It's cost a lot of money, but I wonder if the applicant had done those same things. It's been a bit of a knock on the head for me, but well, that's what you got to do. You got to do it properly. Buy the book. Get those bits of paper signed and signed off and checked over in engineers' reports. Doesn't seem to have happened in this case. Not good enough. This application should be declined, big time. Not even, you know, I'm a country boy. I love to see cattle in a paddock, wandering around, haymaking and stuff like that, as Te Puna used to be. Our local councillor, Mr. Councillor Throits, promised many years ago that Te Puna was going to be the green belt before Tauranga, was going to be the welcoming point. It would show rural aspects into the city as it's grown today. That's sadly not happening. You know, and that bothers me. Bothers me big time. But however, I'll leave those thoughts with you, but I just, I have, if someone wants to contact me, I have other photos, just like Sarah put up, of the flooding in Te Puna, the drainage, issues that just clearly haven't been met, as I said, you know, with bunding methodology, DBD ponds, and a basic silt fence. Yeah. So, yeah. All right, that's my lot, but yeah.
Right, Mr. Williams. We'll see if we have any questions for you. Don't go away yet. No questions. Just one question for me, not in terms of the issues you raised, but something you said earlier on, you're a member of Heartlands Te Puna. Just remind me what that is, Heartland Te Puna?
Heartlands Te Puna, another key Te Puna group that look after, I don't know, Te Puna things that are happening. We talk about the new highway that's going through, other applications that are going on. A ratepayers group, if you like,
Right.
but deal with local issues, a bit like Variety Te Puna, and deal with local issues for local people. And they're represented here at council as well.
Right. Okay.
Oh, it's cool.
Right. Well, thanks very much, and thanks very much for the presentation this morning.
Cool.
We'll adjourn now for morning tea, and we'll resume in about 1/4 of an hour. Right, good morning again, everyone. We'll resume the hearing, and at this stage, we're hearing from our submitter, Rosemary Chalmers. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
So good morning and welcome. I'm not sure if you've been sitting through the rest of the hearing, but just to let you know, thank you for your original submission. We've read that, so you don't need to read that out loud to us, but of course you're very welcome to highlight key points, and if you've got any extra material that you want to read out to us, that's absolutely fine too. But otherwise, just over to you.
Thank you. Bit of a rush. I think Te Puna's gridlocked at the moment, but we made it. And thank you very much for having the opportunity to be able to speak to this. I'll read it out because I'll keep it as brief as possible. We've lived in the Te Puna district for some 40 years, so well aware of the growth of the district and the 10-year plan as presented by the Western Bay Plenty District Council. The plan refers to green space and how these areas tie into the local community, adding to the aesthetic outlook for the area. We love living in Te Puna and have enjoyed developing our venue. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Persimmon Lane as well, rather than putting it into two separate entities because we also live on the property. And it is a venue, it's a wedding venue, come function venue. We love living in Te Puna and have enjoyed developing our venue into a peaceful, tranquil place, perfect for our visitors to spend time in the area with a lovely rural outlook. We now find that the Te Puna community, including ourselves, have had to contend with Tenex and the non-resourced activities of its various leaseholders. An increase in heavy industrial traffic to Te Puna due to the industrial activity has resulted in some oversized, noisy, smelly vehicles barrelling down Te Puna Road at all hours of the day and night, not to mention the damage that these vehicles cause over time to the road. Who pays for the upkeep and maintenance of these roads when they become pitted with suspension damage potholes, which we have had? We have personally experienced abuse, horn sounding and near misses or close calls as we exit from Te Puna Road onto our driveway and vice versa. I've kept this very much as the traffic effect on our switches, which is probably more relevant to what we're actually having at this point of time. Also, the routine mundane tasks of checking the letterbox and putting rubbish out for collection means putting one's life on the line as trucks fly by at breakneck speeds, creative impressive suction wind tunnels. We're very close there. The width in the road is very narrow, so this is a real problem for us there. I was standing down there the other day and I'd just gone down to check the letterbox and one truck went one way and I was busy watching that. Another truck came up behind and the suction was just absolutely huge. We're often picking up rubbish. We pick up our neighbours' bins at times that are actually sucked out and tipped over. They wouldn't even know that it's been done. So, you know, that really is a problem for us. We also lease our little kitchen out. So we have caterers in this kitchen that work from there as well. So it's not that we are humongously busy during the week, but it's certainly there is the traffic flow in and out. Where are we? So we've got the wind tunnels. The road is too narrow. And also the bunds on the side of the road create a huge problem because being so narrow, our footpaths are so undulating, they're uphill and down dale. To actually be able to get up onto these footpaths, we're finding with the traffic flow, if you want to go down, you're having to walk down the road to physically cross to a footpath to be able to even walk down to the dairy or anything like that. Anyone with a pram, it would be diabolical and you wouldn't even try it. I did one day for one of our guests and it was just ridiculous. You know, we've worked extremely hard to ensure that we're a real asset to the community. Neighbours and staff have ensured that we are a legally resourced business that really serves a place for guests to relax and enjoy. Unfortunately, the negative impact of the increased traffic has forced us to rearrange our venue, which we're right in the process of doing at the moment, and the layout to try to minimise the noise factor from the industrial trucks trundling past throughout the day and the evening and at night. Our beautiful historic gazebo, popular as a wedding ceremony, now stands redundant due to the unpredictability of the heavy traffic movements. We have a wedding and obviously we have to stop the whole wedding or something trundles past and bangs, they hit the road and then it's a real problem. I have written and spoken over the years via submissions on traffic concerns, but to no avail. There is a real concern that Persimmon Lane that our very expensive mitigation measures may not be sufficient in countering adverse effects created by Mr Daniels' activities. This arranging of the venue layout has come at a great personal and financial cost to ourselves. I'm semi-retired, so, you know, and I'm doing this because I enjoy doing what I do. I did do. As we have had to discuss and implement viable alternatives to allow the venue to continue operating. Obviously, Mr Daniels is not concerned, even knowing these negative effects he has created, making no attempt to contact, visit or even understand his impact on the community and ourselves. His total disregard for the community speaks volumes, and to supply his and his family's medical history, sporting prowess and schooling is irrelevant and offers no excuse to continue to blatantly make people's lives hell. He has chosen to ignore his neighbours by illegally filling his property with all manner of rubbish. We have been there, as I've stated, some 40 years. When he first started there, he actually put in illegal fill. We watched him do it. And then he created a dirt racing track, I think, for his son, where you can imagine the noise, the dust, and everything else that went with that. Neighbours did complain about it, and it was, again, just totally ignored. It did die a natural death, I think, but that was really, really bad, and there was a lot of rubbish went in that we saw it going in. You know, he's got tyres, he's had a crushing facility, and all of this has resulted in huge noise and dust. Bun planting, native wetland and general aesthetics have been disregarded, resulting in an eyesore for all. Te Puna the Spring, the area bounded by the harbour, the Wairoa River, the Te Puna Stream and the Minden Range, including Motorhall Island, has great cultural significance for all. So for adverse impacts to be considered so lightly is a real concern and does not bode well for the future generations. And we enjoyed talking to people when they came into the venue. We'd give them the history, you know, as we knew it, and people loved it. So to be able to disregard this, I think, is really difficult. It does not bode well for the future generations to be able to appreciate and enjoy cultural understanding and learning due to the disregard of maintenance and care as sacred areas. Significant wetland development in the area is imperative to protect native flora, fauna, and also to mitigate flooding. When my daughter was young, the children used to go down play in that area. They'd take the dog and go down there. There was eels. They loved it. It was just beautiful. And to see what we have now is just really, it's devastating, I think. Vibrations from the heavy truck movements also help to destabilise earth structure, leading to slips and landslides, which pose a risk to all. The local community was led to believe that the industrial land development was to be professionally managed and a landscape design was to be presented, which I was very interested in at the time, and this is going way back. Approved and put in place before any introduction on businesses or permitted activities as directed by the Environment Court. Instead, we have a haphazard site that has been operating without consents, creating what can only be described as an embarrassment of epic proportions. This illegal operating after everybody else, and especially ourselves, we've paid and we are paying fees to be legally correct, and we have always tried to do the right thing, you know, and comply with everything. And I think it's sad that somebody has just been able to run roughshod over existing businesses' lifestyles. Really, really upsetting. The amenity, what does it mean to us and why should we care? According to the RMA, amenity values have been defined as natural of physical qualities and characteristics of an area that contributes to people's appreciation of its pleasantness, aesthetic coherence and cultural and recreational attributes. We do not believe any of the above has been addressed, and until such time as the developer fulfills his obligations, industrial activity needs to stop. I believe this is why we have specific Environment Court and government bodies to monitor and protect these values for all. When applying for our resource consent, these values are outlined very clearly as one of the most important aspects to be taken into consideration. And I understood fully by the applicants and necessary steps taken to ensure adequate planning and implementation of systems supporting and upholding these values. This is why the Environment Court, I think, would have set the strict conditions imposed by Judge Smith, whereas the community trusted the Western Bay Council and the Regional Council, the body who monitored these decisions to ensure the protection of our environment, rural activities, property and values, and recreational enjoyment for the Te Puna residents and visitors to the area. Even without the Western Bay District Council overriding a crucial rezoning of the Te Puna Business Park to an industrial park without clearly outlining the conditions to ratepayers, I understood they did go out, but we certainly didn't, we weren't aware of it to that extent. We're just average people doing an average job in there, and unless you particularly know this, you just don't. You're just not aware of it. We had trusted and believed conditions would be enforced to protect our greenbelt and delicate infrastructure, as well as to future-proof the area for a real issue of climate, for the real issue of climate change. Council have allowed development along the river cycle and walkways, but also allow a heavy industrial area to emerge, an industrial area that would have been better and more appropriately suited to another designated area. This defies common sense. Obviously, Clark Road will be used for ingress and egress now, I would imagine, and also for the parking, for the cycleway. That was always incredibly popular down there, so they're not going to come right round, I wouldn't imagine, down Te Puna Road and round and back. So I think that area in itself, I feel for them as well. Despite Mr Daniels' obvious concern for the well-being of his leaseholders, I have no sympathy for them, as it defies credibility that they could have no knowledge of what Mr Daniels was doing with legal activities. I could be wrong, and they may have been totally ignorant of his lack of resource consent and conditions imposed by the various bodies, but I believe that they would have conducted some due diligence before commencing with activities of their own, if not only for insurance purposes. I would imagine that they would require insurance for their activities, and I can't imagine an insurance company covering for something illegal. Mr Daniels not being kind to help out, it all came as a financial benefit to the Daniels. Also, why would he not take helping to Te Puna community, his very own community, by abiding by conditions set out into account, if kindness was his only motivation? In closing, we fully support Western Bay District Council in their decision to not support TINEX and its application from both a procedural, visual, environmental and cultural perspective. Mr Daniels has had ample opportunity to step up and rectify the situation, but his non-compliance highlights the key points of his conduct in the community, our community, and his disregard for the law, order and peace of the neighbourhood. I'd like to thank you for your time and patience today. I appreciate there are many aspects up for consideration, and the resolution of this may not happen overnight, but it must be resolved quickly and effectively to ensure the integrity of the values be restored, and to, at this point I would like to say, and the viability for ourselves. It's serious, and if we want to continue in business, something really needs to be done fairly quickly. One area I did miss in the traffic point was my husband actually had his vehicle written off on the corner of Te Puna Station Road and Te Puna Road. There was an area of sunstrike in that area as well, and that is probably what caused it. So it's a very dangerous, very narrow, with very limited visibility coming up to it. And as I would like to sort of enforce, we in Te Puna Road, I think, had been overlooked between the main road and the intersection down there. That is very, very severe down there, and the speed limit, I understand, is being looked at, but whether it takes place, I don't know. But it's, believe you me, very nerve-wracking, very narrow. That is the aspect, and we've been told quite clearly that no way can they widen that. So these roads were made for, as you know, and I'm not going to preach that, they're undulating, they're old farm, wandered through various farms, not suitable, I don't believe, for an industrial zoning. But thank you very much for your time, and I do appreciate that.
No, thank you. I see you were reading off a document there. I mean, some of that was in your original submission, but
Sorry,
some
I
of it...
can't hear you.
I see you were reading off a document there, and some of that was in your submission, but some of it's new material. Can you leave a copy of that for us? The document you were reading from?
About the document, sorry.
The document that you were reading from...
I'm a little bit deaf, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So the document you were reading from this morning, can you leave a copy of that for us?
Yes, I will do.
Excellent.
So I can send that to you, so that's
Great.
no problem.
And I'll just see if we have questions for you.
Just one question. Thank you, Ms. Chalmers, for your submission. I guess my question is on the last point that you touched on, regards to, because in your written submission you also spoke, you had a sentence about a family member having a near...
My husband.
Correct. And I guess my question in relation to that was just around timing. You know, what time of the day was it? Was your husband heading north or heading south along Te Puna Road at that intersection?
It happened some time ago. I'm sorry, I can't actually, I believe it must have been probably around about midday, I would think. You know, it would have been when the sun came around. He was actually heading north. So, and then turning right, and he was actually stopped to turn right, and a vehicle came up from Station Road and just ploughed straight into the side of him. Fortunately, it was a local, so he did tow him home, and I came home to a very squashed-looking truck. So it's severe. It is a problem, very shaking up. It's dangerous, and that's... As I just said, the roads are undulating. They're not made for this type of wide, heavy vehicle. And I think just from our perspective, that's a real problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And just a question from me. You mentioned that you have a wedding venue operating at your location. Is the Tenex site visible from where you hold your weddings?
Yes, well, we've looked severely at what we have to do because the, we do have a website. I should have brought some photos, but it's a bit rushed on that one there. But we do have a site under Persimmon Lane.
Yep.
And that will be fairly extensive. You'll see that. We have our family home, which is up the top. It goes from Te Puna Road up and slowly rises up. And we'd be probably one of the highest properties, I would think, well, one of them, there's probably about five along there. We actually look directly across Daniel's property there. We can see it. We've actually tried to do planting to mitigate it, but trying to get people that can come and do the trimming and trim it exactly the right height so that it just tries to obscure it a bit. But no, we used to look down on it. When it floods, it's a standing joke around Te Puna that it's Lake Te Puna. It's just a big wetland, you know, at times down there, and it takes a long, long time to drain off. So no, that's where we are. But we can certainly from that area, because we were looking. We thought perhaps we could move. We are having to do that. We're having to bring things that were forward. We have a lovely little cottage, and we've actually had to change that into, it was already a little kitchen, so we've had to extend that at huge expense so that our people leasing our kitchen have got that now, so that takes the brunt of the noise and doesn't affect them from that angle. But other than that, yes, it's just the noise just soars straight through. So we're having to move further and further back, and we actually looked at, could we do anything up there? It may be that we had to look at ceremonies or something there, but we're very aware of our neighbours. We don't want noise, and we've been there for, in this Persimmon Lane for, since about 2015, and we've never had a complaint. You know, people love the place. In fact, we've been very, very busy back then.
All right, well, thanks very much for coming in this morning and presenting your information to us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
So I think that brings us to the end of the submitters for today, unless there's any submitters sitting here who wish to be heard who hasn't been heard. No? All right, so at this stage, we now hear from the Council's Section 42A reporting team, and I understand we're going to commence with some submissions from Council for Council. We just wait till we've had the material handed out.
I'll just, I guess, go over how we plan to present the council's submission. So first of all, we'll hear from legal counsel, Rachel Zamey. Then I will follow with some 42A corrections and clarifications. Depending on how we're going, then we may break for lunch at that point. After lunch, we'll hear from the transport experts, followed by landscape, and then I'll do a wrap up, my substantive planning reply at the end.
That sounds good.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Rachel Zamey. I'm Special Counsel at Cooney Lees Morgan in Tauranga, and we act for Western Bay of Plenty District Council. I have produced these submissions in writing for you, but my intention is really just to speak to some of the key points rather than take up too much of your time with me reading them out line by line. So these submissions are made as part of the Section 42A report, and they're primarily to respond to some of the matters raised in the representations that were provided by the applicant. I have set out in a little bit of detail in the first few paragraphs some of the background to this matter, which the commissioners are probably already aware of. But essentially there was a private plan change application that was made back in 2002 to council by the landowner and some neighbouring landowners. That matter was opposed by local residents and iwi, and it was eventually declined by council, primarily on infrastructure requirement grounds. That was then appealed to the Environment Court, and the Environment Court granted the appeal subject to a number of requirements, which then became part of, excuse me, the Te Puna Business Park Structure Plan. So Mr. and Mrs. Daniels were one of the landowners that were part of that original proceedings that went to the Environment Court in 2005. During that plan change process, the applicants assured the Environment Court and the council that the fragmented nature of the ownership of the Te Puna Business Park would not be an impediment to achieving a cohesive development of the site, and that the properties would all be developed and managed in an integrated manner with the structure plan, and that granting the plan change would avoid ad hoc development in the area. And you can find all of those references in the 2005 Environment Court decision. In the 18 years that have passed since then, matters have proceeded in a relatively ad hoc and fragmented way. There's been limited compliance with the pre-commencement conditions or development standards that were imposed by the court and made their way into the district plan. And I've set out some of the other background there down to paragraph 8, including you may be aware that abatement notices have been issued in relation to this property and other properties within the Te Puna Business Park. And in relation to this particular property, we've just been to an Environment Court hearing on the appeal against the abatement notice. At paragraph 9, I say the applicant attempts to minimise this context by referring to the interest in the application as being, in some respects, surprising, and by referring to the unauthorised activities as existing. But these activities have been unlawfully established, hence the need for an application to legitimise them, and they're only existing in the sense that they've been occurring since about 2019. In terms of the applicant's prior conduct, the court has held that commencing an activity without consent or other conduct by an applicant shouldn't influence the judgment of a resource consent application in a punitive manner, although equally the applicant shouldn't benefit from its prior irregular conduct. However, the application does raise serious issues around precedent and plan integrity, which will need to be carefully considered by the hearing commissioners. And as such, I say it's essential for the commissioners to understand the background to the matter, including the genesis of those structure plan provisions. At paragraph 12, I just set out there briefly some of the matters that I will address you on this morning. So the first is the suggestion that there might be existing use rights for the earthworks. I note there that the earthworks were originally undertaken pursuant to a regional consent, which was surrendered, and then further earthworks were undertaken which were in breach of the district plan requirements. I think those assertions by the applicant that there might be existing use rights are relatively surprising, given that they haven't been previously raised, and the onus of proof on establishing existing use rights would fall on the party asserting its existence. But in any event, they have sought a separate resource consent application for those earthworks, and they don't form part of the application that's before you today. So in my submission, you don't need to consider that matter any further. I then deal with matters under Section 104 and Section 104D. As you know, Section 104D sets out the gateway tests, and it provides that consent can only be granted where you're satisfied that either the adverse effects of the activity on the environment will be minor, or that the application is for an activity which will not be contrary to the objectives and policies of the plan. If either of those gateway tests are passed, then the applicant still has to satisfy the consent authority that the application should be granted under Section 104. As described in Foster, Section 104D is a threshold or a high-level filter, but that doesn't mean that an application passing those tests should or will be granted consent under Section 104. Rather, you retain your discretion to grant or refuse consent, and you need to go on to fully consider all the matters required under Section 104. In terms of the first part of the test, that is that the adverse effects of the activity on the environment will be minor, the applicant's already provided you with some authority on the meaning of minor, and I generally accept that authority, although I just note there that one of the Environment Court decisions appears to have been wrongly attributed to the High Court. But I just note several other points for the commissioners, which is that minor is not defined in the RMA. The court has previously held that ultimately an assessment of what is minor must involve conclusions as to facts and degree of effect. There's no absolute yardstick or measure. And as the court stated in Queenstown Central, when a statutory provision contains a term like minor, that is a standard, application of which requires a resolution of a question of degree. There's no bright line distinction between minor and not minor. It's also not simply an application of a standard of minor, it requires a positive satisfaction on the part of the consent authority that the adverse effects on the environment will be minor. The purpose of Section 104D1A is to allow for applications for non-complying activities which may or will be contrary to the objectives and policies where the adverse effects are so minor that it's likely not to matter. In that context, it can be understood immediately that minor is very much at the lower end of the scale. The consideration is whether the adverse effects as opposed to be remedied or mitigated are more than minor taken as a whole, and that's an important point. It doesn't take into account wider beneficial effects or positive effects of the activity, and the mere fact that a use is of a temporary nature is not sufficient justification to bypass the usual criteria to establish a use out of zone. And I also note there that matters of plan integrity and precedent fall for consideration under Section 104 rather than as effects on the environment. So they're still part of your consideration, but they don't form part of the test that relates to effects. It relates to either the objectives and policies part under 104D or under the usual provisions under Section 104 assessment. I understand that in the original Section 42A report, the reporting officer was unable to draw a conclusion on the effects due to missing information. And I understand that Ms. Pearing will update her conclusions and that her conclusion now is that considered as a whole, the effects on the environment are more than minor and therefore that first gateway is not passed in her view. I do not propose to reverse all of the effects on the environment, but I will just briefly talk about traffic. At paragraph 41A of the representations, the applicant's project manager states that the applicant's position is that the upgrade to Te Puna Station Road was undertaken to council's requirements already. In my submission, that position is misguided. As a matter of fact, no provision has been made for a right-hand turn movement from Te Puna Road to Te Puna Station Road, and I understand that that fact is accepted. I've provided you at 21 an excerpt there from the notes of evidence from the recent Environment Court hearing where Mr. Harrison had previously confirmed that an upgrade was required at that intersection. The applicant appears to be attempting to argue that the wording in the district plan requirements might somehow be unclear, and I've set out for you there the decision of Powell, which enables you to have a look at matters when you're considering what those words might mean. In my submission, there's no ambiguity in the wording, and it's surprising that the applicant would now be attempting to back down from previous commitments it and the surrounding landowners made to the community, the council and the court in order to get the Te Puna business plan, structure plan put in place. The applicant in my submission is well aware of what the provision means, given that they and the adjoining landowners provided the wording in the first instance. And I understand that annexed to the Section 42A report is some evidence from Mr. Ian Carlisle, who was the traffic consultant for the plan proponents at the time. And he sets out in his evidence there the following upgrade works that were required, which include the installation of a right-hand turn bay from Te Puna Road, which is to mitigate the impact of the additional right turning traffic at the intersection and the less than desirable sight distance. Mr. Carlisle then suggested the very provisions which now form part of the district plan. To the extent that the applicant might be suggesting that council somehow authorise departures from the district plan requirements, those matters have previously been raised at the recent Environment Court hearing. Council's position is that it doesn't accept that it endorsed industrial activities that were the subject of the abatement notice. The nature of the short-term and limited uses that Mr. Daniel sought and was given permission for was set out in full in the affidavit of Mr. Watt in those proceedings, and they're not matters which, in my submission, the commissioners need to consider for the purpose of this application. But in any event, I've set out there for you section 84 and an excerpt from Cash for Scrap, which says that section 84 of the RMA doesn't allow council any discretion to waive compliance with the plan provisions. So the plan provisions are what they say, and they require compliance. In terms of the second threshold test, which is not contrary to, again, the applicant's already provided you with some analysis around the case law. I agree that when you're undertaking that assessment, the correct approach is for the commissioners to consider a fair appraisal of the objectives and policies as a whole. There are a number of cases which discuss the meaning of what contrary to means. I've set out some principles for you below, which is contrary is not to be given a restrictive definition. It contemplates being opposed to in nature, different or opposite to. It's not necessary for a proposal to actually cut across or contradict objectives and policies before it can be said to be contrary to. A real and sensible interpretation is required. Mere non-compliance with the strict terms of the plan is not envisaged, but a non-complying activity which is actually opposed in nature to the objectives and policies of the plan could be contrary to. And an absence of direct support does not equate to being contrary to. I also understand that the panel's raised a question as to whether Part 2 considerations come into the Section 104D assessment. I haven't been able to locate any cases which state that you can't consider it as part of 104D, but the usual approach appears to be to consider the 104D gateway test, and then the matter falls for full consideration under 104 and Part 2. In terms of Section 104 considerations, the case law states that even if one of the threshold tests are met, the panel is still entitled to have regard to flow-on effects of granting a consent, and you retain your discretion to refuse to grant consent even if one of the gateway tests is met. The courts previously held that where a use is marginal in a zone, council should err on the side of caution. And the remainder of my submissions really deal more with the issue of plan integrity and precedent and public confidence in the consistent administration of the plan. Those are matters which require consideration under Section 104. The applicant appears to argue that plan integrity is not an issue because they assert that the non-compliance is a minor or less, and that the scale of the non-compliances is small and duration is limited to 2 years, although wider long-term consents. That's an anticipation that wider long-term consents will be granted. The court has said it's not necessary for a proposal to be truly unique before plan integrity ceases to be an important factor. In relation to precedent, the representations for the applicant suggest that the focus should be on the statutory tests under Section 104D rather than overlays, but the courts have held that the precedent effect resulting from granting a resource consent application in the sense of like cases needing to be treated alike is a relevant factor to take into account when considering an application. The need for like cases to be treated alike is an essential imperative of justice, including environmental justice. Inconsistency can threaten not only the integrity of the district plan, but also the integrity of consent authorities themselves. A uniqueness to a site or a true exception might mean that the integrity of the plan is not threatened. And in the decision of Gray, which was cited by the applicant, the court had already found there that the proposal was not contrary to the avoid policy. And the court stated questions of plan integrity and precedent didn't arise in that case. And that if precedent was set, it was not an undesirable precedent. In terms of plan integrity, again, this is a matter that should fall for consideration under 104. The weight to be given to any effect on the integrity of the plan is a matter of judgment for the commissioners. Courts have previously held that an application will only be declined on the basis of plan integrity where the proposal clearly clashes with important provisions of a district plan, and it's likely that further applications will follow which are both materially indistinguishable and equally incompatible with the plan. In Blueskin Bay decision, which I've quoted there, there was no harm to the integrity of the plan because the court was satisfied that no other comparable piece of land existed. And if it did, it was unlikely that it would have similar characteristics and history to the land that was subject to the application. Where a proposal is contrary to the clear policy intent, granting would impact on the integrity of the plan and have the potential to create expectations that similarly formed proposals would gain consent. And in that Barbican Security case, which is recent, consent for a 3-lot subdivision was declined on plan integrity and precedent grounds. Where development has already occurred within a zone, the horses bolted and adverse effects on the integrity of the plan could be rejected in some cases. In this case, my view is there's serious issues for the commissioners to consider around precedent, plan integrity and public confidence in the plan for the following reasons. The Te Puna Business Park provisions and associated structure plan occurred as a result of a private plan change application by 3 landowners, including Mr. and Mrs. Daniel. That plan change application was originally rejected by council primarily in relation to infrastructure requirements. It was granted by the Environment Court on appeal, and a number of commitments were made by landowners which formed the current district plan provisions, which were predicated on a pre-commencement basis. It's those very provisions that the applicant now seeks consent to depart from and has already departed from because the activities are currently unauthorised. During the plan change process, the applicants assured the Environment Court, the council and the community that the fragmented nature of the ownership wouldn't be an impediment to cohesive development, that the properties would be developed and managed in accordance with the integrated structure plan, and that the granting of the plan change would avoid ad hoc development. However, that's precisely what is now being applied for. There has been unlawful development at 2 other properties within the Te Puna Business Park and unlawful industrial use on one of the other properties, and that has led to council issuing a number of abatement notices for 250 and 297 Te Puna Station Road. There's been growing community concern about the incremental and continuing development and industrial use of the properties within the Te Puna Business Park, despite the requirements in the district plan having not been implemented. Council's received a large number of complaints about this, many of which relate to the site that's subject to the application. There's also been a complaint to the Ombudsman about Council's compliance response at the business park. It's fair to say that public confidence in Council's consistent administration of the Te Puna Structure Plan is already an issue. In addition to resource consent applications lodged by the applicant for the wider development of this property, the council is also processing resource consent applications lodged in December and January by other property owners in the Te Puna Business Park seeking to develop and use the properties for industrial purposes without complying with all of the structure plan requirements. None of those consents have yet been determined, so this is not a case where the horse is already bolted. The commissioners should carefully consider the precedent and plan integrity issues as part of this application. There's a real risk that precedent will be set, not just for the Te Puna Business Park, but for other industrial or other zones within Western Bay Plenty which have pre-development structure plan requirements. This includes the Rangiuru Business Park, where council has also issued abatement notices against a landowner for industrial activity out of step with the business park stage zoning. There is a real risk that if this consent is granted, even for a limited term, that other applications by other landowners within the business park seeking to authorise their current non-compliances without complying with structure plan requirements will also be forthcoming. As noted above, council already has multiple resource consent applications before it for wider development of the site without complying with structure plan requirements. Finally, I just want to make a quick note about positive effects, which is that the applicant seeks to have the benefits to the applicant and its tenants recognised as part of the positive effects of the application. However, some of those statements appear to be worded in the reverse, i.e. if consent is declined, income from existing tenants will not accrue and the wider structure plan requirements might be delayed. I simply note that the commissioners will need to separate out these matters, as the general principle is that a party should not be able to benefit financially from its own non-compliance. The applicant has been obtaining a substantive income from its own non-compliances, and the 2005 Environment Court decision granting the plan change application was predicated on a number of those important steps relating to infrastructure, amenity, etc., being undertaken prior to commencement. Those requirements have been in the plan since 2005, and the applicant is well aware of them. And as such, in my submission, the commissioners should not be drawn into any suggestions that structure plan requirements should be departed from in order for them to be funded. To do so would cut directly across the intent of the plan provisions granted by the Environment Court. I understand that Ms. Pearing's Section 42A report provided you with a chronology. I've attached, just for your information, a chronology which goes back a little bit further, which was part of the Environment Court proceedings, so it goes back to 2001 because her chronology sort of just picked up from 2019 onwards.
Thank you very much for that. That's very comprehensive and helpful. Any questions, James? Just one question about precedent effects, and you've said that they're a relevant consideration under Section 104. Just wanted to explore with you why they might not be a consideration under 104D1A.
They probably, yes, they are under both, I think. The cases tend to deal with them either under 104 or 104D. So I don't think it really matters whether you do it under D or 104, as long as you deal with the issues. But the only point that I would make there is that the cases are quite clear that precedent and plan integrity are not an effect on the environment. So you wouldn't be dealing with them under 104.1A, for example. The cases generally say it's under either B or C, other matters. So if you were dealing with it under 104D, it would be under the objectives and policies part of that threshold test rather than the less minor effects part of the test.
Okay. Now that's helpful. So they're a relevant 104.1B matter.
Or C, the cases say either B or C. So 104.1C, I think, is any other matter.
My version of the RMA that I printed off on 13th April 2023 doesn't have a 104D1C.
104.1C.
Oh, 104.1C.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 104.1B. But if you wanted to deal with it under Section 104D, in my view, you'd be looking at it under the objectives and policies part rather than
No, that's good.
the effects part of it. Yeah.
Now, in terms of effects on plan integrity, is there any kind of, is there any case law or reference material that would enable us to decide whether or not an effect on plan integrity, where it fits on the less than minor, minor, more than minor, significant scale?
Well, like I say, the cases say that plan integrity and precedent is not an effect on the environment. So you wouldn't be dealing with it in terms of minor, less than minor, etc., because those are effects-based assessments. So you're dealing with it more under looking at the objectives and policies of the plan, looking at the plan integrity under either 104.1B or C.
Yeah, no, look, I understand that, but just in terms of it, if we were to decide that there is an adverse effect on plan integrity, even under an objectives and policies assessment, I mean, it could either be a minor effect on plan integrity such that we wouldn't need to worry about it, or it could be a major effect such that we would need to worry about it. Yeah. So is there any guidance on that?
So I've set out some of the cases there for you. Generally, it depends on the situation that you have before you. So, for example, in some cases, the court has said there was no effect on plan integrity or precedent because the horse had already bolted. There'd already been multiple applications in the area. It was already compromised. It generally seems to come up mostly where, for example, people are seeking to have a residential activity or rural resi in a rural zone. So it's sort of those cases around the edges as to what else might be forthcoming that could potentially undermine the integrity of the plan. So I've given you some cases in there where the court has found recently that a 3-lot subdivision should be turned down on plan integrity and precedent grounds because it cut across the very clear directions in the Auckland Unitary Plan saying that there shouldn't be further residential development in that particular rural area. So it's probably a question for you as to what are the circumstances of this particular case? What is the likelihood that there will be similar applications that will come before the council, and it's required to treat like cases alike? And in my view, there is a real risk here, given the way that the Te Puna structure plan is worded and the other landowners' applications that we have sitting there, as well as the other non-compliances that we have sitting there, that other applications will be forthcoming.
Right, thank you very much.
Sorry, if it's okay with the commissioners, I might seek leave.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. You've all got a copy, relevant people have got a copy of my evidence there. Can you hear me okay? All right, so I won't go through the first 2 points there, they're just housekeeping matters really. I'd like to make some corrections and clarifications to the 42A report. At para 1, add to line 4 after the words have already been established in closed brackets, but unauthorised. And I wish to make that point because to make it clear that the activities on site are not legally existing. Over the page, at point para 57 para 57 in the map on page 11, this is the map showing where submissions came from. I wish to clarify that this map does not show all of the submissions. It only shows those that could be assigned to a property parcel in Council's ratepayers and GIS database. I just wanted to make sure that the submitters understood that as well. I also note that several submissions in support came from Mr. Daniel's existing tenants, the staff and managers. So multiple submissions are represented by the black property being the site on the submissions map. Para 65, third to last bullet point, that was a cut and paste. This should have actually been, this was inserted into the wrong section of the summary of submissions. It should be cut out of para 65 and put into 62. Para 81, the consents table, page 17, last item. This rule number should be 12.4.10.6. I had made a typo and put 10 instead of 12 at the start of that rule reference. I also think it is useful to clarify that in the table, the first 14 rules are structure plan related and non-compliant activities, as well as rule 12.4.6 2B, which is the intersection upgrade rule. I omitted to provide the activity status for the final 3 rules of the table, which I can confirm now are restricted discretionary activities. However, as a bundled activity, the whole application shall be assessed as a non-compliant activity. At para 139, I stated, on the issue of Te Puna Road, Te Puna Station Road intersection, I have previously noted that the right turn bay from Te Puna Road has not, as a matter of fact, been provided. And this is what requires assessment as part of the actual environment. So there is no doubt what I meant by this is what requires assessment is the intersection in its existing physical form. Para 147, second to last line, delete the from the start of this line, just a minor issue there. Para 158, delete this. This should have been omitted following the meeting with Mr. Crossan on the 14th of September, where he confirmed that the applicant was now seeking a waiver of the payment of the water financial contribution. Para 212 brackets 3, this wording was that originally proposed by Piriraka Tribal Authority and offered by the applicant. However, this version of the condition that made its way into the full set of the draft conditions that Council provided on the 19th of September had been amended by Natasha Ryburn, Consents Manager, to address the potential that it would be ultra-virus. I endorse those amendments. However, that might not be relevant anymore, we'll see. Section 11, Objectives and Policies Assessment. I wish to clarify that where I have used the term inconsistent, this could most directly be translated to or alternated with, at odds with or contrary to. A dictionary check of the word inconsistent provides a meaning of not in keeping with, or an argument or opinion containing elements that are opposed and do not match, so that it is difficult to imagine how both can be true. Oxford Dictionary synonyms for inconsistent are incompatible, conflicting, contrary, opposing. Similarly, at para 252, in relation to my overall assessment of the proposal regarding the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, inconsistent could interchangeably mean contrary or does not give effect to. Para 289, last line, replace opinion with I, and the word I meaning me, and delete the second that in the same line. That's all my corrections. I have outlined the 42A key point summary, which I could read through if you wish, but I do understand you have fully read my 42A report, so up to you really whether you want me to go through that. There probably are a couple of at least points in there I would like to read out.
You know, that's fine. If there's any key points that you want to bring to our attention, we should do so now.
Okay. Okay, so turning to, I don't know why the page numbers seem to be missing. Oh, sorry, actually there's some page numbers, but not on all pages. I think we've ended up with every second page having a page number for some reason. So page 4, so point 18 of my evidence. Para 76 in my 42A report, I just want to highlight that on out-of-scope submissions, those which oppose the business park in its entirety are not relevant to the consideration of this application. This is not an opportunity to revisit the court's decision to approve the business park or to challenge the merits of the rules. And I just thought it was important to highlight that because we had a number of submissions that relate to that. Point 19, regarding para 79 in my 42A, regarding the possibility that the operation of industrial activity prior to the prerequisite structure plan works and payments being satisfied is not an activity provided for in the rule framework. I note that this was raised by the Honorary Judge Semple in the recent abatement hearing in Environment Court. We can provide that part of the transcript if it will be useful to your decision making. Point 20, at para 21, which outlined the reasons for consent. Looking at the extensive table of rules for which the activity requires consent, I wish to now emphasise that of the 18 reasons for consent, 15 of those are non-compliant activities associated with the Te Puna Business Park Structure Plan. Point 21, relating to paragraph 81 of my 42A, in relation to Rule 12.4.10.6, Mr. Crossan was to confirm whether consent is required under all or some parts of this rule, following the receipt of the flood modelling and water quality testing. In my view, it at least triggers consent under Part C of that rule because the proposal does not demonstrate how it will address or on or adjacent to the site improvement of stormwater quality. Point 22, para 94 of the 42A, which discusses the existing environment. I would add to this description existing traffic using the local road network, which is either associated with permitted activities or those with approved relevant consents. It does not include existing unauthorised traffic from Te Puna Business Park. Just go over to page 5 now. switch to, just as a part of a way before we move into transport evidence, just at para 27 there, wish to emphasise the summary Ms Wilton made in relation to traffic matters, where she said the applicant is requesting council to support an access design that does not meet even the normal minimum requirements of the district plan, does not meet the requirements of the structure plan, does not have good alignment with safe system principles, and does not meet best practice, and has obvious crash risks with potential for high trauma outcomes. Point 28, at para 149, the safety risks to pedestrians and cyclists were traversed, and I invited the applicant to provide an assessment of risk to pedestrians and cyclists. As far as I'm aware, this has not been provided. Point 31, I could not draw conclusions on the potential effects from stormwater, construction of the site accessway upgrade, hydraulic effects from the culvert upgrade, cultural effects or financial contribution waivers. And I wish to confirm that in my reply evidence. After you've heard our experts, I will confirm those matters. At paras 228 to 229 of my 42A, I considered positive effects as being economic benefits, use of industrial land and employment opportunities. I may as well confirm at this point that I concur with Commissioner Van Vorst. How do you say your last name, sorry?
It's Van Voorthausen.
Voorthausen's opinion offered at day one of the hearing that mitigation should not be considered as positive effects. Overall, I did not draw an overall conclusion on effects due to the missing information at the time of preparing my report. As such, I could not determine if the application will pass the first Section 104D gateway test. Turning to the objectives and policies assessment in Section 11 of my report, after an examination of the relevant provisions, I concluded that in the round, the application is contrary or repugnant to the objectives and policies of the district plan and would therefore fail the second gateway test. Section 13 of my report then assessed the relevant higher order statutes. Regarding the MPS for freshwater management, at para 247, I emphasised that the purpose of the legislation is to restore te mana o te wai, health and wellbeing, or mana of water, and provided an outline of the effects hierarchy. At para 250, I stated that in my view, in order to restore te mana o te wai, health and wellbeing of water, the application would need to comply with Rule 12.4.10.6c, that all development shall demonstrate how they provide for the improvement of stormwater. However, the application does not provide any stormwater management, hence there will be no improvement. Accordingly, I concluded that the proposal is inconsistent with the MPS for freshwater management. At that time, due to the lack of information, I couldn't draw any conclusions on the National Environmental Standard for Contaminated Soils. I'll address that later. On the regional policy statement and regional plan, I could not draw an overall conclusion due to missing information, but did note that I hold concerns regarding cultural effects related to stormwater quality, and on that basis and at that stage, the application was found inconsistent with the cultural policies. Covered in Section 16, I have provided an extensive examination of why, in my view, the proposed departures from the structure plan generate a plan integrity issue and a precedent issue. I won't go through those quotes there now. I think we've heard quite a lot about that issue from Rachel Zame. We'll go on to point 43. On the matter of precedent covered in paras 295, overall I consider that the granting of this consent would generate issues of precedent. That is, it would make it extremely difficult for council to decline similar or copycat applications, both within this business park and other structure plan locations with similar stage requirements. I consider the chances that similar applications could be lodged in the near future to be realistically possible, given that the other two landowners are observing these proceedings, as well as the abatement notice proceeding, and that Mr. Daniel himself could also lodge another similar consent for another part of the site. Repeat applications of this nature, if granted, would see an erosion of comprehensive development and mitigation of cumulative effects across the business park. It would also equate to environmental creep or death by 1,000 cuts and the ad hoc development the court was eager to provide. On part 2 of the RMA, following the Court of Appeals Davidson case law, I concluded that part 2 matters are covered by the district plan and other relevant planning documents, and there is no need to separately go back up the tree to part 2. In any case, I confirm that I consider the proposal against the relevant part 2 matters, and it does not change my assessment under section 104 in relation to the planning documents. At section 18, I then discussed the proposed 2-year consent term. I stressed that the correct assessment is to consider what non-compliances are present during the 2-year term and what effects might be generated during that time by those non-compliances. No relevance on what is sought in the first and second applications should be made. After some examples, I concluded that the 2-year consent term does little to alleviate adverse effects. I then provided my overall conclusion that after testing the application against all of the relevant RMA sections, I recommend the application be declined. After we could either break for lunch now or we could start on council's transport evidence.
So in terms of the transport evidence, what's your time estimate for in terms of your presentation to us?
It's lengthy.
Yeah, so I think we'll see if there are any questions for you arising from the initial part of your end of hearing statement, and then we will break for lunch and we can have transport matters after that. James, any questions?
Kia ora, Ms. Perrin. I do have a number of questions, but I'll just ask this one, and it's to do with 35 in your summary in relation to Te Mano o Te Wai. You use restore Te Mano o Te Wai, and I was wondering if you could help me understand where the restore fits in the freshwater management plan, and I guess, I guess where it came from. I didn't see it in the PACE.
Sure, yep, that's very easy to answer. It's actually a quote. The word restore is used in the purpose of the MPS. That's right at the top of the document.
Restore, can
Yes.
you point that out? So it's in the MPS, the objective one, or was it the preamble?
It's in the, probably it's in the preamble at the start about the purpose. Sorry, I don't have a copy of it in front of me.
Okay. And so in terms of their preamble or any other further description of restore, does it give a context of what that looks like? You know, whether it's in restore back to pre-human, 1990s?
Oh, that's a big question. I think you have to look at it, you know, the document as a whole and look at the objectives and policies of it as well. And I think it does talk a lot about councils having to introduce rules and water quality standards and things to get to a point of restoration, and applicants also assisting with that. So I don't think it specifies, I guess, what state restoration would equate to. I guess that depends on each council to establish that policy to sit in under the MPS. So, yeah.
Okay, and I guess just in the further in that, so are you able to inform us if there is a metric or an attribute or some kind of limit or target that can qualify for us to help understand when you use the word restore and it doesn't comply with restore or isn't consistent or contrary to restore? Is there anything for us to lean into?
Sure. I think in relation to this application and Te Puna Business Park, it would be for assessing a resource consent application. I think any improvement, anything that would improve water quality rather than just maintain it at its current state would be giving effect to that restore directive of the MPS.
So just so I'm clear, so any progression, whether it's improvement or is towards restore, I'm just trying to make sure that.
Well, it should be, I'm not sure if there's any case law around this. I'm probably getting into areas for which I probably might go outside my area of expertise, but I think, yeah, it should, in my mind, it should be in proportion to the potential effects of the activity.
Come on, thank you for that.
Just one question from me. I just wanted to clarify that in terms of your summary, paragraphs 35 through to 45, those matters would be relevant to a section 104 assessment should we decide that it passes through either one of the 104D1 gateways. They're not 104D1B matters, are they? 35 through 45. Because 104...
I don't
104...
I don't really consider them to be part of the gateway test. They're what you look at the end after you've
if it gets through the
completed
gateways.
the gateway test.
Yeah, and that's clear because 104 capital D1B refers to the objectives and policies of the relevant plan. And it doesn't refer to the other
Yes.
statutory instruments.
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to check that was your understanding as well. All right, well, that's the end of our questions. So we'll now adjourn for lunch. It's 12 p.m. Would 45 minutes be enough for everyone for lunch? People who have to go offside or whatever. Okay, so we'll adjourn for 45 minutes. We'll reconvene at 12:45. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had time to find some lunch. We'll resume the hearing, and at this stage, I think we're hearing from the council's transport witnesses.
Good afternoon. My name's Justine Wilton. I'm a Principal Traffic and Safety Engineer for WSP. I work in the Network Management and Maintenance team on the Westlink project for Western Bay Plenty District Council. Here we go. So I won't go through all of this verbatim. First point to clarify is under 9, the peer review. Just wanted to clarify that although Mr. Harrison's evidence states that I produced a peer review, I probably wouldn't describe it in exactly that way, because it's not a peer review as defined by Engineering New Zealand. My role is to assist council with the assessment of effects, so I have reviewed Mr. Harrison's material. So the focus of my evidence is around the site access and the Tupuna Station Road, Tupuna Road intersection. First point to clarify is which diagram was being referred to in the structure plan. It's been a little bit complicated by 2 versions of the planning policy manual. So what I have included here is from the 1999 planning policy manual. This is diagram D, which is referred to in the structure plan. Of note, the features are left turn widening, 6 metre wide driveway, and widening opposite the access. In 2007, which was after the structure plan rule, can we go to the next slide, please? This is verification of the publication date, August 2007. Next slide, please. And here is the picture. What happened was then NZTA changed the names on the title blocks of the pictures for the layouts of accesses. So this picture, which is called diagram E in 2007, is the same layout as it used to be called diagram D. The same features are there, which is left turn widening, a 6 metre wide driveway, and widening opposite the access. There is a slight difference between the 2 pictures by 5 metres. My written evidence goes into full detail on that, and all the verification material is appended. Going now to paragraph 17. The parameter for deciding which one of the access diagrams to use in the NZTA manuals, or Waka Kotahi or Transit New Zealand, is equivalent car movements, or ECMs per day. If we flick back up 2 pictures, you can see in the title block that it refers to this. We can just go back to. Moderate use access standard 31 to 100 ECM per day. Go back down, please. So equivalent car movements is a standard design parameter. What it does is it converts basically trucks and trailers and semi-trailers into the equivalent of a car. The basis for it is around length and weight and axle configuration, but essentially a truck's worth a bit more than a car, and a truck and trailer's worth a bit more than a truck. So this is why when determining which access layout to start with, we look at equivalent car movements, not the number of vehicles. Based on the information provided by Mr. Harrison, I concur that we are talking about 61 equivalent car movements per day. For the purpose of my assessment, I have assumed that this is the cap of the volume, as in this is the intended vehicle combination, not just a random spot survey on the day. My calculations are included in my evidence. So the proposed activity meets the criteria to use this picture because it falls within the range of 31 to 100 ECMs per day. So under the old picture, that was in the title block. Under the new picture, there is an accompanying matrix. Next slide, please. This is found in the next one down. This is found in the 2007 Planning Policy Manual. So if we go down the left column, type of traffic using the access way, more than one slow, heavy or long vehicle movement per day. It's either a no or a yes. In this case, it's a yes. So we drop down to yes. Then we go across. What is the volume of traffic using the access way in ECM per day? It's between 31 and 100. So that goes across to diagram and perspective E, which is the picture that I have shown you before. So regardless of whether we apply criteria from the 1999 manual or the 2007 manual, we end up with the same picture. Now, Mr. Harrison has described the proposed access as a 2007, I'm assuming, diagram D without widening opposite the access. So let's have a look at diagram D. Next slide, please. This is diagram D from the 2007 Planning Policy Manual. In the old manual, this was called diagram E. The difference here is that it doesn't have the same left turn bay, but it does have a 6 metre wide driveway, and it does have widening opposite the access, albeit slightly shorter. The following picture, next slide please, is a picture of the proposed access. Now the features of this access are that they have, I believe, a 5 metre wide driveway, and it has tapers into the driveway. There is no widening opposite the access. There is no left turn widening. In both versions of the Planning Policy Manual, there is something called a diagram C. This is for houses and low volume accesses, i.e. 30 ECMs per day or less, without HCVs, heavy commercial vehicles. So let's have a look at diagram C. It is the only layout in either manual that does not have widening opposite the access. So I've included diagram D for comparison up the top there versus the proposed access, and we can see the differences in the pictures. So when I review the reasons given for not needing localised widening opposite the access, Mr. Harrison said in his initial transportation assessment that I received that since there was approximately one vehicle turning right into the site per day, widening opposite the carriageway was not required. I've included the extract from his report in my evidence under 33. Now, Te Puna Station Road had a significant slip earlier this year, which meant that the road was blocked. So when I read the reason for not needing widening opposite the access, because apparently there's one light vehicle per day turning right, I thought, well, if Te Puna Station Road is closed at the Bethlehem end, I don't think that's right. So, however, obviously, if there was only one light vehicle turning right per day, I might consider whether or not widening opposite the access was appropriate. So, via the Section 92 request, I asked for Mr. Harrison to expand on that assertion that there was one light vehicle turning right per day and explain how there was no right turn conflict. So the Section 92 information was received, and Mr. Harrison obviously acknowledged that things had changed with the slip. So there was a right turn demand. Now, coincidentally, for another purpose, I arranged some traffic counts on Clark Road and Te Puna Road. These were done in May 2023, and they confirmed that there is indeed through traffic on Te Puna Road. Accordingly, I am satisfied that there is through traffic on Te Puna Road, Te Puna Station Road, and there is right turning traffic created by the subject application. This means that the conditions for right turn conflict exist. So in the Section 92 information, the reasons for not needing localised access widening were stated as, or summarised as, a right turn bay isn't warranted. Te Puna Station Road is not a state highway. And the risk of an individual colliding with a stopped vehicle waiting to turn right is low. So now I'm looking at this, comparing the reasons previously given to me for not needing widening, and now these reasons are different. I will address the Road Controlling Authority issue and the low risk further down this evidence. But turning now to the right turn bay warrant, we're up to paragraph 39. Next slide, please. That's diagram C, carry on down, down, down. Ooh, keep going. Sorry, figure 11. There we go. Now, the right turn bay warrant comes out of the Austroads manuals. Austroads Guide to Road Design series, they are standard design manuals that we use in our industry. So the right turn bay warrant, essentially, there's a graph, plot in your traffic, plot in your turning volume, boom, comes out on picture. Now, there are 3 categories within that graph. One, the lowest one, is this picture here. Now, the features of this, you can see it has widening opposite the intersection. The next standard up is a marked right turn bay, which I concur, the volumes don't meet the warrant for a right turn bay. They fall in this category here, shown in this picture. So just because a side access doesn't meet the warrant for a right turn bay under the Austroads warrant procedure does not mean that right turn widening should not be provided. In fact, the guidance tells us that it should be. Right, 41. In the reasons given for not needing widening, one of them in paragraph 44 of Mr. Harrison's evidence discusses the district plan roading hierarchy and the classification of Te Puna Station Road. So under the district plan, it is classified as a local road. Now, there is a definition for local road given in the district plan. This has not been updated for a very long time. And these classifications have been in place at least since the early 90s. It's not how, as road designers, the roads are classified anymore. So there is a district plan provision, but from a roading design point of view, we're not using that. And by we, I mean road designers working for council. So there's a lot of local roads on the Western Bay of Plenty district network, even though the district plan says that they principally provide access to that properties on that road. We know that's actually not a true classification for a lot of the roads that are still sitting under local access. So to conclude that based on this historic classification in the district plan and the definition of that given in the district plan, that Te Puna Station Road does not carry through traffic is slightly erroneous, especially when one can go out and observe the through traffic. The One Network framework, next slide please. The One Network framework is what we use now. This is linked to several of our design decisions, and it has a link to speed management. Under the One Network framework, Te Puna Station Road is classified as a rural connector, and there are three main features of the function of these roads, and you can see there that it includes not only property access, but some through function. So I guess my point here is if we look at what's happening on the ground, there is definitely through traffic. I also don't expect that within the next 2 years, council would have to change this classification. I expect this to stay because of the nature of the traffic that we know and expect on that road from a design point of view, which means I'm not foreseeing any change. Paragraph 46, using the fact that it's not a state highway as justification for not needing widening. So this is from paragraph 44, where Mr. Harrison's evidence states that Te Puna Station Road differs from a state highway because of the district plan definition, and appears to use this as one of the reasons to deviate from the structure plan access requirement. In my opinion, the road controlling authority of a road doesn't matter when it comes to considering whether or not right turn widening should be provided for an access of this nature. So there is an assertion that Te Puna Station Road is a low volume road. It carries more than 500 vehicles a day. Therefore, I do not see it as a low volume road. And under Waka Kotahi's definitions of low volume, it doesn't meet those. Speeds on Te Puna Station Road are high. There has been a speed survey done in that area, and the 85th percentile speeds in both directions were above 90 kilometres per hour, which is typical. Speed limit's 80. It's generally straight. Generally, from a design perspective, we would automatically add about 10 k's an hour to get to around about the 85th percentile speed. I believe in the survey, which was it was submitted with application documentation, it was between 90 and 95 kilometres per hour. I don't remember the precise speed. The roadsides are hazardous to errant vehicles. There are deep ditches that have water. There are non-traversable culvert head walls. There are trees. Critically, there is no evasive manoeuvre space at the access to avoid stationary queues. Obviously, Te Puna Station Road is not controlled by Waka Kotahi, but in my opinion, neither the ownership of the road nor the district plan definition of road hierarchy classifications is a good reason to expose road users to substandard access design that doesn't even meet the development code, let alone the planning policy manual. 49, review of the assessed effect of not providing localised widening. Paragraphs 49 to 52 of Mr. Harrison's evidence discusses the effect of not having widening. Now, if I've understood this correctly, the stated effect is that following drivers will have to slow down and stop behind a vehicle that is about to turn. And it concludes that since compliant sight distance is available and the volumes are low, people can react in time, so the safety risk is low without widening. However, this approach is not in line with best practice in road safety for several reasons. Compliant sight distance is a prerequisite for standard design. It's not justification for failing to provide the standard design. This also assumes that every driver will react and stop. The volumes aren't low by the definitions used for access selection. There is real potential for a queue to develop behind a stationary or slowing vehicle. So it is sight distance to the rear of that queue or the rear of that slowing vehicle that's actually really important. Potential crash combinations are not limited to the light vehicle into the rear of the truck. There are several possibilities, including truck into light vehicle. It's not just the sites traffic that is using this, there is through traffic as well. There is potential for evasive manoeuvre related crashes. This is where a driver swerves left or right, which they're either going to leave the road to the left or cross the centre line to the right. The other situation that arises when an access isn't obvious is some drivers, particularly at the rear of a longer queue or not able to see properly, will pull out and overtake. In the field of road safety engineering, risk is not solely a function of the number of vehicles. The number of vehicles is the exposure component, i.e. the number of opportunities for a crash. Or put another way, it's the number of people each day that have a chance to make a mistake. When I consider the effects of not providing widening, I find that the effects are queues are expected. A queue creates opportunity for queuing related crashes. Due to the speed of the traffic, the composition and the unforgiving roadside hazards, the expected consequence of any queuing related crashes is high trauma. 51. Regarding Mr. Harrison's statement that all risk can never be avoided. That's paragraph 51, line 5. In my opinion, reasonably foreseeable risks can be avoided. And in this case, there is a standard design solution that speaks directly to rear-end crash risk. in Mr. Harrison's evidence, paragraph 49, he states the purpose of widening opposite the access is being an efficiency benefit. However, this is only one of the reasons for widening. The other reason is that by providing through traffic with dedicated space to pass a stationary vehicle, the through traffic is very unlikely to run into the rear of a stationary vehicle or a stationary queue, and no stationary queue is likely to develop because there are no stopped through vehicles to run into. Mr. Harrison's evidence says that not having widening opposite the access is appropriate. To be clear, neither version of the planning policy manual says that if there are between 31 and 100 ECMs per day, then the depicted localized widening is not required. It actually says if those conditions exist, widening is required. Moving to the development code does not say that if the access is for a commercial development and it's on a rural road, then widening opposite the access is not required. It actually says the opposite. It says widening opposite the access is required. I am not aware of any guidance that concurs with Mr. Harrison's opinion. In my opinion, based on experience, common guidance documents, including Austroads, Planning Policy Manual and Development Code, and safe system principles, omitting widening opposite the access is inappropriate. It is inappropriate because omitting the widening does not address the effect of the right turning traffic on a high-speed rural road. Industry standard methods to assess the safety risks of road design, up to 57. Safe system is a philosophy which underpins road design in this country. The premise is that we are human, we make mistakes, so while the road system needs to keep us moving, it also needs to protect us. Relying on drivers to never make a mistake instead of using readily available industry standard solutions is not a robust design decision and it's the antithesis of safe system. Safety risk is assessed using exposure, so the number of vehicles and the composition, but it's also looking at the potential for various crash types to occur and the severity of that outcome should a crash occur. The reasonably foreseeable crash types are rear end, run off road and head on. Because of the speed and nature of the vehicles, and particularly if this involves HCV, high trauma injuries can be expected. So to be clear, this is injuries classified as serious or fatal. I have introduced the Safe System Assessment Matrix. This comes from the Safe System Audit Procedures. Won't labour the point because I have not done a safe system audit on this entire thing, but it is here for illustration purposes to look at the safe system injury threshold and that because of the speeds involved, high trauma is expected. 61. Actually, we'll just jump down a slide, please. Just benefit of the audience. There's the safe system risk matrix. Safety by design is a requirement for design teams, and it is the process of managing health and safety risks through the life cycle of structures, plant, substances, or other products. It is required so that the, oh, there's a mistake there, it should say produced, not produced, thing does not cause harm to people. So in the operational phase of the thing, which in this case will be a site access, consideration of the users of the thing is required. In road design, there are established design guidelines that road designers can use. For access to property, there's plenty of guidance, and none of it that I'm aware suggests that omitting the widening opposite an access, such as the subject access, for the subject application should be even considered. The next few paragraphs summarize what I've already said. 65, I don't believe that the road controlling authority can consider that the proposed design meets the requirements that are at the core of safety by design. Minimum layout required, paragraph 66. I don't concur with Mr. Harrison's conclusion that the 2007 diagram D without widening is appropriate. So what is the minimum that council could consider? The absolute minimum that council could consider potentially is found in the development code. It's diagram A. The title on it is commercial access. Should be next. This is diagram A for commercial development on a rural road. Comes from the development code. Features of it are a 3.5 metre minimum width driveway and widening opposite the access. So the development code, obviously setting these minimum dimensions, it enables the designer to build fit for purpose to suit the tracking of the intended vehicles. So the driveway width is important because that's not wide enough for two-way flow. The effect of that is that when a HCV is committed to a turn and somebody else wants to use that crossing at the same time, for example, could be a truck turning right in and it could be another light vehicle wanting to turn out. The right turning driver perhaps is already committed to that turn. The light vehicle can't see that happening, turns up at the driveway, and now there's conflict. So one of those vehicles has to reverse. It's the same situation for the left turn in, because the left turning driver approaching the access can't see what's approaching inside from inside the site. So we end up with a conflict where one of those drivers has to stop, or worst case, back up. With widening opposite the access, it's important to make sure that is long enough for the vehicles that are going to use it. So if the vehicles that are going to use it are, let's say, 17.8 metres long, then for that widening to be usable, it needs around minimum 20 metres from the centre back to stack the vehicle, plus a taper. By the time you apply those design considerations, we end up with something that is indeed a lot like the 2007 diagram D. Bearing in mind that when we use that selection matrix, what dropped out was 2007 diagram E, which is full widening with the left and right widening. Paragraph 70. So diagram E is what is required by the structure plan. It's 2007 diagram E. It's appropriate for the current application because all criteria for choosing that layout type are met. Next slide, please. Next one. It's a little bit out of sync. That's not the one I was looking for. That's okay. Could you just flick down a couple more? Keep going. That's the one. Right, so here's a summary of the access layout types that I've talked about. And what they all have in common is widening opposite the access. There's room within this guidance to be flexible in terms of adjusting taper lengths, increasing widening up driveways to cater for the tracking of specific vehicles. But bespoke design is not licensed to provide less than the standard minimum. Having compliant sight distance is a prerequisite for a vehicle crossing or an intersection. To omit the localised widening is contrary to the Development Code, the Planning Policy Manual, both versions, and best practice, and in my opinion is not taking reasonable steps to care for public safety. Some form of basic right turn treatment is required. To be clear, this involves widening opposite the access. As the vehicle crossing has to be wide enough for two-way flow so that inbound vehicles don't have to wait for outbound vehicles committed to their approach, and neither the inbound or outbound vehicles have to reverse to get out of the way of another HCV. The flares and tapers for the left turn movements have to be fit for purpose for the expected vehicles. All right, shifting now. Oh, actually, we can just go to those photos. Back up. So these are taken from an SUV. So it's not quite standard eye height, it's slightly higher. I'm stopped where my bonnet would be just on the edge of seal. So before I enter the traffic lane. My point here is that there is vegetation in the road reserve that is obscuring the sight line. And next slide, please. And that's the other one. All right. Shifting now to paragraph 77, which is Te Puna Road, Te Puna Station Road. So there is no right turn bay on Te Puna Road. The need for right turn provision on Te Puna Road was agreed to in the Te Puna Business Park Joint Witness Statement. All experts agreed that the warrant for the right turn bay is already met. Now, the structure plan was written in 2005. Since then, there has been a change to the give way rules. So now, if someone is on Te Puna Road wanting to turn left onto Te Puna Station Road, they no longer have to give way to the right turners. So what this means is the right turners have to wait longer than they used to. This means that the right turning traffic is potentially not as free flowing as it might have been in 2005 when the give way rules were different. The sight distance for through traffic on Te Puna Road is on the cusp of what is acceptable for braking to avoid collision. It can be below on any given day depending on demand. Now, I understand from paragraph 29 of Mr. Harrison's evidence, where he's discussing sight distance to the back of one stopped vehicle waiting to turn right. I'm more concerned about the queue that arises from that vehicle that is waiting and the sight distance to the back of that queue. Can we scroll down, please, on the figures? Keep going. Keep going. Right, so this is the intersection we're talking about. The blue line, probably should have used a different colour. So that blue line is roughly the sight line. It's limited by the horizontal curvature. and it's measured along the traffic lane. It's approximately 60 metres long. Now, we measure along the traffic lane because that is what is guaranteed to be available. Because when you're driving along a road, sometimes there's people coming the other way, which means in this case, if someone's coming the other way on the inside of the curve, you can't see through that vehicle. So our minimum criteria for sight distance is measured along the lane. In practice, next slide please, a lot of the time you're going to be able to see through that opposing lane. So you're going to get a little bit more sight line. So roughly speaking, around about 80 metres. Now, if we can see through the berm, next slide please. We can get around about 130 metres. But that's reliant on being able to see through the berm and the opposing traffic. This is not a standard way of measuring sight distance. However, obviously in practice, sometimes you can see through the curve and you're going to see a bit more. Safe stopping distance is a design parameter. Comes from Austroads. For a car at 60 kilometres per hour on this site with this downgrade, safe stopping distance is around 84 metres. At 70 kilometres per hour, it's approximately 100 metres. Now I've used these speeds because the advisory speed on that curve is 55 k's an hour. Pushing it, you can probably drive that at around 65. I ball benched, so I tested that curve for the signage myself. 55 means that it has fallen within the range of about 62 k's an hour up to 52 up to 61. That drops out at 55. On the board. Obviously, a lot of drivers can push that envelope a little more. The speed survey that I did in May this year had an average speed in that area of around 60 kilometres per hour with an 85th percentile speed of about 70 kilometres per hour. So that is why I'm referencing those stopping sight distances. Now, to be transparent, stopping sight distance is measured to an object on the road, not to tail lights. So an object on the road is 200 mils above the road surface, tail lights are 800 mils above the road surface. However, the horizontal geometry is what's limiting here, so the object height almost becomes moot. Safe intersection sight distance is another design parameter. Safe intersection sight distance has a twofold purpose. So we have two drivers involved when we're looking at safe intersection sight distance, one from the side road, one from the through road. Safe intersection sight distance is for the person who is pulling out of the side road to be able to see enough to get a gap to clear the intersection. For the through driver, safe intersection sight distance is about seeing the impending entering driver into the intersection and anticipating conflict at the intersection. To be clear, safe intersection sight distance is not what is used to look at the rear end of a queue that would arise from right turning traffic. What's important is stopping sight distance. The right turn from Te Puna Road is the movement with the highest risk of an associated high energy crash. The left and right turn provisions that have been provided on Te Puna Station Road and the left turn slip from Te Puna Road appear to be more related to efficiency rather than safety. So it is not clear to me why a right turn provision from Te Puna Road should not be provided. My opinion is it should be provided because it is the greatest safety risk. The effects relating to the right turn in from Te Puna Road are anyone slowing or stopped in preparation for making a right turn blocks the road for traffic heading towards the ocean. That means that a stationary or slow moving queue can form. When a queue forms, there is opportunity for queuing related crashes. These are typically rear end, off road to the left and cross centre line. These can include head on and off road to the right. Queuing related crashes can cause injuries, including fatal injuries, depending on the impact speed, impact angle, and the way energy is dissipated. There is an efficiency effect arising from the queue. The other effect is that the tracking into Te Puna Station Road doesn't work well. Can we scroll up on those slides? Sorry, other way. One more, that's it. Right, so this is the tracking curve provided in the applicant's evidence. And what that shows is to make the right turn, the truck has to swing out into that left turn slip. The mitigation proposed is to shift the centre line on Te Puna Station Road, which enables the tracking curve to clear any car that's waiting at the stop line. However, this does nothing to address the queuing related effects. It might actually be feasible to include this. Next slide, please. Because of the tracking of the curves, tracking of the trucks moving out quite wide off over that flush slip for the flush median for the left turn slip, that pavement marking just wears off. So a little bit of adjustment on that splitter island would be an easy fix. What I'm more concerned about is the effect on the other movements, and I haven't seen tracking for that right turn out as shown by the blue arrow. Te Puna Station Road is an awkward grade and awkward angle. So in order to move the centre line, the tracking for all of the movements needs to be checked. We can't just shift a centre line on a road in isolation without considering the other movements as well. To progress the business park traffic without upgrading the right turn protection is not without risk. The intersection has no right turn protection, so including the business park traffic does not make the intersection safer. In fact, it could make it less safe. This was recognised in 2005, hence the requirement to provide right turn treatment prior to any development to the business park. From a safety perspective, the risk is serious or fatal injury. If a person is unable to stop prior to the queue from the right turning traffic on Te Puna Road, their options are to hit the rear of the queue, swerve left and go over the shared path into trees, or swerve right into the oncoming traffic lane. Due to the speed, possible presence of shared path users, trees, and possible involvement of HCVs, the outcome of a queuing related crash can be expected to have high forces that are capable of causing injuries or death. In my opinion, it is very clear that the right turn movement from paragraph 95, line 1, cross-out station. So it is clear that the right turn movement from Te Puna Road has not had any treatment. This is obvious because there's no right turn bay. There's no shoulder widening. There is no alternative right turn treatment. It is clear to me that in 2005, this right turn movement was identified as a hazard, which was to be addressed prior to any development of the business park. It is also clear, based on the evidence that Mr. Harrison has provided, that the right turn bay warrant shows that the criteria for a marked right turn bay is met. In my opinion, to leave the intersection as it is and to add business park traffic doesn't remove the potential for queuing related crashes. It increases the potential for queuing related crashes. The proposed centre line shift onto Puna Station Road does not address this effect. I have a few more photos. I'll just scroll down. So these are approach photos approaching the intersection. Point here is we can't see it. Can't see it. Next one. Approaching the curve. This is about where queues could come into view. We're around 100 metres prior to the intersection, which meets stopping sight distance if there's one vehicle stopped. One more, please. This is about where we get full view of the intersection ahead, and we're about 60 metres prior. I think it might be 75 actually on that one. Any questions?
Thank you for that. It's very comprehensive. James, any questions?
Good, Ms. Winton, thank you for that. Took us on a journey. Bear with me when in asking these questions, because I guess I'm trying to get a clearer understanding of just holistically the traffic user or traffic safety, I guess, for both Te Puna Station Road and Te Puna. And earlier today we had when Ms. Rice, one of the submitters this morning, showed photos. There were photos, well, there was one or two photos of vehicles, heavy vehicles, or oversized vehicles that weren't related to the activities that we're looking at. And I guess trying to understand council's role around overall road safety out there and activities planned or envisaged by council, whether it's a combination of changing the speed bylaw from 80 down to something else, or just in general projected infrastructure upgrades out that way. Because if you can put in perspective, there's still 4 activities that we've got in front of us, and if they don't get consent, there's still heavy vehicle movements that there seems to be continued issues out there. So I just want to understand council's role in overall traffic safety that we speak about.
Okay. I could talk a lot about that, but with respect, I think that question's probably better directed to Mr. McLean as roading engineer, if that's okay.
Nice pass.
The reason for that is because I am an external contractor,
yep.
not directly within the roading team.
Okay. Some of those questions, I'll defer them to you then, Mr. McLean, for later. Gosh, then, can I have a pause? I'll let them just find other questions.
Yeah, no questions, a clarification from me. Thank you. That was all pretty clear.
I guess just one question. I think I might have it. So in terms of your references to diagram D, diagram E, and I just want to make sure that those references to those diagrams and those other development kind of controls get us back to the district plan. As I'm just trying to make sure that,
Okay.
And so I guess just looking for your opinion and thoughts on that, just in making sure that what you're referring us to in the diagrams and the standards and upholding those and the standards required to implement traffic safety and let's call it integrity of the plan. Is there a connection there for us?
Okay. Can we just bring those figures back up, please? So if we go to figure 1, the features of this are a left turn bay, 6-metre wide driveway, and widening opposite the access. This is what the structure plan referred to, figure 1. Yep. It is essentially the same picture as figure 2. Now, the 1999 manual is not available online, which is why I've given it to you. The 2007 manual is currently online. I've given that to you as well. The diagram E from the 2007 manual is the one that the structure plan refers to. Everything else that's in there in terms of various diagrams, various guidance, what they're all landing on is very similar thing, which is widening is required opposite the access.
Yeah, and I understand the widening part around the effects.
Yeah.
And I guess I was just making sure that the connection of the references to the diagrams you're talking about land me back into the plan.
Yeah. So the probably the 3 that you want to be looking at are 2007 diagram E. Supporting evidence for that is the Austroads BAR, which is figure 11. And in terms of the district plan outside of the structure plan, the absolute minimum that council would be able to consider is the commercial access diagram, which comes from the transportation section of the development code. That's referenced in there as well. You'll find it. Do you want the figure number? Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Callum McLean. I am a senior engineer with the Transportation Department, and I'm representing the Transportation Department at Council. I don't want to really retread old ground that's already been covered by Ms. Perring, Ms. Same, Ms. Wilton, so I'll go straight to section number 15. In his statement of evidence, Mr. Harrison stated that the factual situation is that traffic from these activities has been occurring and utilising this intersection. That's the Tupuna Road, Tupuna Station Road intersection for the last 3 to 4 years without any crash history. I do not agree with that statement. Waka Kotai's crash analysis system records 6 crashes in the vicinity of the intersection within the last 5 years. Not only the crashes that have been reported to the police are recorded in CAS. Minor accidents where there's no police attendance don't tend to be recorded in CAS. So section 17, I just want to reiterate the Transportation Department's position that channelized right turn treatment, commonly known as the right turn bay, should be implemented at the Tupuna Station Road intersection to reduce the risks presented by right turning traffic. So that's, I understand that's fairly consistent with all transport experts' evidence. With respect to the site access way, I just want to record or basically clarify in section 19 that when I originally provided comments to Ms. Perring, I overestimated the value for ECM. I now agree with Ms. Perring's and Mr. Harrison's assessment of ECM and agree that that's likely between 50 and 125 ECM. I don't think it's possible to put an exact figure on that because traffic changes every day. So my understanding that Mr. Harrison's assessment is based on one visit to site. So but what we would have to get a reasonably accurate figure, what we would have to do is pay multiple visits to site. We would have to record the traffic accessing and egressing the site on those days, and then do a statistical calculation to give us a better idea what the actual traffic is. So just section 20, I just want to reiterate that the Planning Policy Manual Table App 5B4, which was previously presented by Ms. Wilton, that the minimum requirement for an access way being used by 31 to 100 ECM, including more than one slow, heavier, long vehicle movement per week, is diagram E. So that's the conditions that the existing activities are currently operating under. Section 21, I just want to clarify what we mean when we talk about road widening. Is actually a safety treatment called a basic auxiliary right turn treatment. So rural BAR treatment features a widened shoulder on the major road that allows 3 vehicles to pass to the left of turning vehicles. So the carriageway is widened opposite the accessway to allow that to happen. And that definition comes from Austroads Guide to Traffic Management, Part 6, Intersections, Interchanges and Crossings Management. And we've already seen figure 3.1. We've seen that figure before in Ms. Wilton's evidence. Austroads Guide to Road Design, this is section 22. Austroads Guide to Road Design, Part 4, Intersections and Crossings, describes the BAR treatment as the minimum treatment for right turn movements from a through road to side roads and local access points. This treatment provides sufficient trackable width for the designed through vehicle to pass on the left of a stationary turning vehicle. This is achieved by widening the shoulder to provide a minimum width sufficient to allow the vehicles to pass. So what that statement does is it really clarifies why we need the road widening opposite the accessway. Section 23, I concur with Mr. Harrison's assessment that a channelized right turn treatment, typically called a right turn bay or right turn lane, is not warranted, but note that the same assessment confirms that a BAR treatment is necessary. So if we refer to figure 1 of the transportation assessment, additional information is issued on 30th of May, we can see that it actually falls within the area of the chart which is defined BAR, and that's more visible when you look at the original chart from Austroads, where you can see that left of line 1 is identified as BAR BAL, which would be basic auxiliary left, and then on right of line 1 it would be channelized right or auxiliary left. Channelized right being a right turn bay. So there's no need for the right turn bay, but there is a need for the basic auxiliary right, which is the road widening. Section 24, Mr. Harrison considers that the modified diagram D treatment, I say modified because he's proposed the diagram D treatment but without the road widening. That does not include the BAR treatment as appropriate because Te Puna Station Road differs from a typical state highway in that it's classified in the district plan as a local road with a function defined in the plan to principally provide access to the adjoining properties and catering for minimal through traffic. I do not consider Te Puna Station Road to be significantly different to a rural state highway. The Waka Kotahi One Network Framework classification, which is the classification system that we use to classify all roads in the country, for Te Puna Station Road is rural connector. Waka Kotahi defines rural connectors as follows. Rural connectors make it easy for people and goods to move between different parts of rural areas and link rural roads with interregional connectors. So the interregional connector in this case would be State Highway 2. They support an increased level of traffic moving through the area while also providing access from the land they pass through. Section 26, prior to the introduction of the ONF classification system, Waka Kotahi used the One Network Road classification system to categorise roads. This has largely been superseded by One Network Framework, but Council still has, we still have Department of Internal Affairs performance measures that link back to the ONRC, so it's still relevant. Waka Kotahi describes primary collectors as follows. These are locally important roads that provide a primary distributor collector function linking significant local economic areas or population areas. Section 27, Mr. Harrison has assessed the risks presented by a truck turning right into the expressway to be relatively low. I do not agree with this assessment. I consider the probability of a rear-end crash to be unlikely, but the severity to be fatal. By applying these factors to the Waka Kotahi Safe System Audit Guidelines Table 6, I've assessed the risk to be serious. Implementation of a BER treatment would have the effect of reducing the probability of a crash to very unlikely and thereby the overall risk to significant. I reconfirm my opinion that the modified diagram deformation proposed by Mr. Harrison is not appropriate for the volume of traffic on Tupuna Station Road and the type of traffic accessing, egressing the site, because it does not include a basic auxiliary right treatment, i.e. a widened shoulder on the major road that allows through vehicles to pass to the left of turning vehicles. The next three sections deal with the fact that the entranceway is currently unsealed and that deleterious material is being deposited on the road. Understand that the applicant has proposed to seal the accessway and then seal 30 metres of internal road. I agree that 30 metres should be adequate, provided that the area is extended to include all trafficable surfaces within 30 metres of the accessway. And that would be the property boundaries, so it would be the 30 metres from the property boundary. Do you have any questions?
James, any questions?
Kia ora, Mr. McLean. Did you hear my question that I asked Ms. Wilton, and I was wondering if you could answer that, or do I need to repeat it?
So, general question about council's functions with respect to transportation.
In the Tupuna Road, Tupuna Station Road, yes.
So I guess we have a number of functions. Those are laid out in the Land Transport Management Act. They're also laid out in the Local Government Act. Generally, the way we operate is we have levels of service for all our transportation activities, and what we're required to do is we're required to undertake works, be it maintenance or safety improvements or vegetation clearance, that type of thing, as necessary to meet our levels of service. So those levels of service effectively set the baseline in terms of what the road should meet. With respect to resource consents, I guess when we review a resource consent, what we're looking for is in terms of effects, we're looking for effects that will impact those levels of service. That would be maintenance, it would be road safety, it would be traffic generation, what effect that will have in terms of intersection efficiency, congestion, that type of thing.
So with respect to Tupuna Station Road, obviously there's commentary around that it's a rat race or in terms of a thoroughfare. And I guess just trying to understand in terms of council's rating role as council's rating, and I guess that qualifying that in that kind of thoroughfare.
So rat running is undesirable, but it's not illegal. I agree with the submitters that you heard this morning that Clark Road is not suitable for heavy vehicles. Now, one of the ways that we could address that is by introducing a ban on heavy vehicles, which is something we could do under current legislation. In terms of preventing rat running, which is basically people trying to avoid the Tupuna State Highway 2 Tupuna roundabout, the only way we could really avoid that is by closing a section of Tupuna Station Road. But they would probably use Clark Road, and then you would be looking at, do you close a section of Clark Road? So it becomes very difficult. Ultimately, we are not responsible for enforcing the the way people drive their vehicles. That's a function of NZ Police. So we're pretty limited to what we can do in terms of poor driving behaviour, that type of thing. But ultimately, in terms of rat running through Te Puna, it's not illegal. So that's why people do it.
I guess I wasn't necessarily talking about the legalities of it. I guess just its overall monitoring to qualify it as the rat run rather than rat race that I used. But I guess I'm just trying to understand, you know, using the term rat run would say that there's a high frequency of vehicles using the Te Puna Station Road, and I'm just trying to understand that. I guess moving forward was in terms of council's role around the speed environment to managing that and obviously behaviour, and I guess the council's role around the speed bylaw that may be out there.
So we used to set speed limits via bylaws. We do not do that anymore. We're now required by central government to draft a speed management plan, which details not just the speed limits that we propose to impose on the network, but how we're actually going to reduce speed, how we're going to make the roads safer in high-risk areas such as schools and maraes and whatnot. So we've developed a draft speed management plan, and last week that was adopted for consultation. So that plan will be going out for consultation in the next few weeks. Once it's been out to consultation, it'll go back to our councillors to decide whether or not they want to make any amendments. And once the plan has been finalised and adopted, it will be issued to Waka Kotahi for their approval. So ultimately, Waka Kotahi has to approve the management plan that we develop.
So with that speed management bylaw that you're talking about, is there anything relevant to Te Puna Road, Te Puna Station Road, and is there, I guess, a drop in speed environment?
So the draft speed management plan proposes to reduce all of the speed limits in the Te Puna community to 60 kilometres per hour, unless there's an existing speed limit which is lower, and with the exception of within the vicinity of the Te Puna school, which will be covered by a 30/60 variable speed limit, or is proposed to be covered by a 30/60 variable speed limit.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. That's all the questions I have.
Just want to ask you about the 30 metres ceiling from the access way, or in association with the access way. So where does the 30 metres commence from? So if you look at figure 3 of Ms. Winton's evidence.
My understanding is that it would commence from the property boundary.
The property boundary.
So it wouldn't include the accessway itself, which would be separate. It would commence from the property boundary, which once you go over the property boundary, we don't consider that to be part of the accessway. The accessway is located within the road reserve.
Okay. Right, thank you.
We'll now get our landscape expert, if you're ready to move into landscape. We're ready to move into landscape expert assessment now.
Hello.
Hello. Yep,
Like,
good to
that's
see you
good.
up there on the screen, even though it's a huge screen. So yeah, good afternoon and welcome. We have a written statement from you, so if you're happy just to lead us through that, that would be good.
Thank you. The camera was focused on Miss Perring there for a second, so I wasn't sure whether you were still writing notes or anything. So, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. I understand you've got my evidence in front of you, which is supplementary to my report. A brief statement
Yes,
of
we do.
evidence.
Yes, we do. Yep.
Right. What I propose to do with your leave is to skip the first few paragraphs, which are really just my experience and code of conduct stuff, and start at paragraph 9.
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Which deals with the response to issues raised during the hearing. So starting at paragraph 9, I confirm the findings of my report and the recommendations, except where amended by the following statement in responses to any questions that arise. I've listened to the live stream of the evidence of Mr. May and the submitters over the past 2 days, including today, which makes 3, and have listened to the questions posed to Mr. May by yourselves and his responses, and listen to the various submitted presentations relating to landscape and amenity values. And I did not hear anything that would cause me to alter my report. Commissioners asked Mr. May several questions about the proposed mitigation and indicated to the council's planner that they'd like a response on issues raised as well. So in response to the questions raised around performance standards for mitigation planting, while I agree with Mr. May that the Te Puna structure plan does not give specific guidance in terms of how high mitigation planting should be, it does guide the type, densities and location. However, further guidance in the form of the activity performance standards is contained in section 4C.5.3(2)A, which says the following. And so I won't read that up, but it clearly says that the minimum standards are a screen planting 1.2 meters height, time of planting, and capable of achieving a height of 2 meters within 2 years. So I believe those standards are there. So in terms of the questions raised around how long it might take for the mitigation to become effective, the growth rates of the various species proposed are known, and therefore it is relatively easy to calculate the timeframe within which the mitigation planting will reach a certain height under normal conditions. Professional judgment can then be applied to identify when the mitigation will become effective, taking into consideration factors such as plant spacing, depth of planting, which affect visual permeability. I would note that this factor is flagged also within the TPSP through the perimeter planting requirements contained in the cross sections in section 7 of the plan. Based on the information provided in the application and the LMP, which is the Landscape Management Plan, my opinion, any additional, and this is new mitigation, is unlikely to reach 2 meters or achieve closure much before the end of the 2-year consent period, placing greater reliance on the existing planting within the site to provide the necessary screening. As outlined in my report, I believe that the temporary effects will be a magnitude higher, being a minor adverse effect until the mitigation becomes established over time. And I note in Mr. May's evidence at his paragraph 21, he agrees with this rating. I'd also like to add at this point that without the mitigation proposed as assessed by Mr. May, I believe that the effects will be higher again. So what we're talking about is the temporary effects being that magnitude higher, that's in time, assuming the mitigation is established as proposed. And then if it's not established as proposed, those effects could be higher. So as identified in my memorandum, Mr. May's assessment appears to rely on the proposed mitigation being established. And in my opinion, temporary effects associated with the proposal will last as long as the consent period being sought. Concerning the difference an opinion between Mr. May and myself over the recommended height of the shade cloth mitigation around the pool site. I'm concerned that Mr. May's calculations may have underestimated the height required to screen the pools from relevant surrounding locations. A simple cross-section through the site from 110 Te Puna Road suggests that the proposed shade cloth would need to be approximately 9 metres tall to screen a 4 metre tall object at the rear of the site. And this is specifically the pool site when viewed from 110 Te Puna Road. I've proposed 6 metres as a practical height consistent with horticultural practices in the surrounding landscape. And in my opinion, this is sufficient to reduce the effects to less than minor. So it won't necessarily screen all of them. And it's based on the assumption that there may be 1 or 2 pools stacked high, which may be up to about 4 metres at the rear of the site. I do agree with Mr. May that the shade cloth solution will be more effective in the short term than the proposed planting. Addressing the issue of the 3 metres, I do not concur with Mr. May's opinion that 1 metre is sufficient to protect mitigation planting in all instances. I accept, however, that this could be applied to the lower, they should read growing instead of growth, species and shrubby planting, and the proposed condition modified to only preclude activities that would result in the compaction of soils around the roots of the trees beneath the drip line, or potential damage to the trees, or restrict their potential growth. My particular concern is soils around the specimen trees proposed within the site are not compacted, leading to adverse growing conditions for what I consider to be an important component of the mitigation plan and the structure plan. In my opinion, it's critical to the long-term survival and eventual effectiveness of the mitigation, which relies in part on the internal boundary planting to partially screen the effects of the proposal from elevated locations to the west. I do not agree with Mr. Crosman's suggested amendments to the draft conditions of consent, and that's condition 11C in his version, that would restrict the mitigation planting to along the western and southern boundaries adjacent to the tyre site and the pool site. Mr. May's recommended mitigation, as shown on his landscape mitigation plan dated the 12th of May 2023 and contained on page 5 of my memorandum, identifies the extent of mitigation that he considers is required to mitigate the effects of the on-site activities. The other suggested amendments which I'm concerned about are addressed in my previous response, and I'm referring there to the shade cloth and the 3 metre setback, to root protection and the height of shade cloth. Further to the response from Ms. Perring regarding the purpose of the landscape implementation plan, which I gave to you yesterday, the purpose of the plan is to provide more detail and greater clarity around the mitigation planting. As correctly identified by Mr. May, this plan would provide a greater level of detail than is currently contained in the proposed mitigation plan, that would allow for a degree of fine-tuning, as it is noted that the location of the internal boundary planting on the Bofumascal plan is in a different location to the existing fence lines within the site in some locations. This occurs between the tyre and the pool sites. The document would be provided to council for certification against the requirements of the TPSP and the amenity activity performance standards, and therefore, contrary to Ms. Perring's response yesterday, should be provided before the mitigation planting is implemented. Further to your line of inquiry about whether the mitigation should be required to be implemented as soon as possible, having reflected on this to reduce any temporary effect as much as possible, I agree. Subsequently, the requirement for the landscape implementation plan for lodgement within 6 months would also need to be amended. So that's the end of my brief statement.
Thank you very much. James, any questions? So just in terms of that last paragraph 20, what would be a reasonable time frame then in your mind if 6 months is too long?
Within the context of Mr. Crossland's or other amendments about timing, where I think he and I haven't got it this off the top of my head, but rather than being from the date of consent being issued, from it being implemented, I would say that it would be reasonable to say 20 days from that date, which gives sufficient time to confirm what planting is already there, make arrangements and look for adequate plant stock, etc., and order or try to secure an order for planting.
All right, thank you very much. That was the only question I had. So thanks very much for your updated statement this afternoon.
Thank you. So I may be excused. I will disappear.
Yes.
Thank you. Great. Bye.
Right. Next.
We have potential other experts that could join if you have any questions for them, being acoustic and stormwater?
No, I'm okay. Do you need to hear from the noise or stormwater experts? No, we're all good. So back to you.
I'll just grab a drink of water before I start.
Yeah. So I think we stopped at your paragraph 50 previously.
Yes, that's correct. We'll start again at paragraph 50. I confirm the content of my 42A report with corrections and clarifications as tabled earlier, and now reply to the applicant's evidence in chief and to submitters' evidence presented. In the main, I will address Mr. Crossan's planning evidence, but with reply on notable points from the other experts and submitters, as well as questions made by the commissioners in the hearing so far. I will also draw conclusions on effects that I could not make at the time of the 42A report. So turning to the private plan change and compliance background, I'd just like to respond to Mr. Crossan's comments at paragraph 20 of his evidence, where he provided some rhetoric that council shouldn't assume that Mr. Daniel had an intimate knowledge and awareness of matters agreed in the private plan change. And then similarly, Mr. Daniel at paragraph 6 of his evidence stated that it is wrong to say that therefore he must have known about all the rules and requirements, and I won't read the rest of that statement out. With respect, Mr. Daniel has had over 18 years now to comply, to understand the rules and what is required. Whilst I do not wish to diminish the works he has undertaken, such as the existing planting, the bunding, as well as his efforts to discuss requirements with council, and neither do I want to dismiss his health issues, which have obviously caused some delays, I must highlight that as one of the original plan change proponents, the landowner, the landlord, the developer, and potential consent holder, it is Mr. Daniel's responsibility to understand and correctly follow the rules and/or resource consent conditions. If Mr. Daniel no longer supports or is unable to meet the rules that were proposed on his behalf, then he could have explored the option of pursuing a plan change. Regarding suggestions in Mr. Daniel's and Mr. Crossan's evidence that council was somehow complicit or unhelpful by not identifying compliance issues, again, as the landowner and landlord, it is Mr. Daniel's responsibility to check the district plan and ensure that any activities he commences on site are permitted, or to seek resource consents, or if not. Obviously, there's professionals that he could engage to provide him that advice as well. I also note that these matters were canvassed extensively at the recent Environment Court abatement hearing. If the Commissioners are minded to place any weight on those statements by Mr Daniel, then we can provide a copy of those legal submissions from that hearing. On to other Te Puna Business Park applications. Mr Crossan at paragraph 32 has outlined progress made on the first, being the structure plan development works application, and then the second application for the retrospective earthworks on those applications, and outlines some progress made on finding combining solutions to mitigating flooding and transportation with the other two business park owners. He has suggested that solutions are emerging and is confident that technical matters will be agreed. And I don't want to dismiss the work that's already been done on that because, you know, obviously I commend that. But I would caution against placing any reliance on potential future solutions or proposals in making a decision on this application. As stated at paras 299 to 301 of the 42A, no reliance on what is sought in the first and second application should be made. Moreover, I have recently received an updated application from the applicant at 297 Te Puna Station Road, which does not propose any contribution to an upgrade of the Te Puna Road intersection. Sorry, from now on I'll just refer to that intersection as the intersection. Yeah. I also have been informed that there may be disagreement on costs between some of the parties. As such, I don't hold the same confidence as Mr Crossan on this process to result in flooding and transportation effects to be equitably agreed and remedied between the three landowners. Moving on to additional consents. At para 55, Mr Crossan has outlined the results of soil sampling and analysis against the National Environmental Standard for Contaminated Soils, concluding that no resource consent is required under that legislation. After reading the NES memorandum provided, I accept this conclusion. At paragraph 54, Mr Crossan has also confirmed that no other consents are required from Regional Council associated with the accessway and culvert upgrade. I do note that this is based on a phone call with Ms Marlene Bosch from Regional Council, but I have not received this opinion in writing. As noted previously, I had asked Mr Crossan to provide an assessment against Rule 12.4.10.6 once he had the flood modelling results from Mr Joins. However, I have not received this. Mr Crossan will need to respond to that in his final reply. Statutory considerations required by the Act. Mr Crossan stated that he disagrees, and I'll quote this, with Ms Perring's position at paragraph 297 of her section 42A report, that it is not necessary to consider the application against Part 2. This is because there is debate as to whether the district plan anticipates activities being consented ahead of the structure plan requirements being met, and the fact that this is a retrospective consent on a temporary basis. There is quite a lot to unpack in that statement, but I understand from Mr Crossan's response to questions at day one of the hearing that he could not recall what he meant, other than to say that commencing industrial activities prior to the structure plan requirements being met is not a prohibited activity. Excuse me. In my opinion, the district plan is very clear and includes in multiple structure plan rules that activities shall not commence until the specified department works and payments have been completed. As far as I am aware, there has been no debate on this point. To clarify, in relation to Part 2 assessment, I consider that these matters have largely been covered through my consideration of the relevant plan provisions and do not require a separate assessment. In any event, I do not consider the fact that this is a retrospective consent or for a limited duration would alter that assessment. At para 64, Mr Crossan discusses submissions that request rezoning and states that revisiting the zoning of the site is not something that is a matter of consideration for this application. I agree with this. However, in my view, the strictness of or totality of the relevant rules, including the non-compliant activity status for breaches, and also considering that industrial use ahead of works being completed is not provided for within the rule set, sends a strong signal that breaches of the nature proposed in the subject application would generally not be anticipated by the plan. Or put another way, resource consent should only be granted by exception where the applicant can demonstrate how departures from the requirements will still result in similar outcomes and mitigations. In turning to the applicant's effects assessment, Mr. Crossan has commented on potential financial loss to the applicant and delay to the first and second resource consent process if this application is not granted. To my knowledge, an applicant's financial status is not a relevant RMA consideration for land use consent applications. Transportation effects. I understand that the debate over what Rule 12.4.16 to be required in terms of right turn upgrade at the intersection is not considered by Commissioner Van Voorthuizen, sorry, to be relevant to the effects consideration. I will not comment further on this point other than to note that in my opinion, when a rule is not clear on what exactly is required, it is entirely appropriate to refer back to plan change evidence for guidance as to what was intended, and this is common in planning practice. We have heard from Council's transport experts that the safety risks at the intersection and the site access are not adequately avoided, remedied or mitigated, and that there are differences of opinion on methodology used to reach those conclusions. I accept the Council experts' reply statements and consider it further reinforces my opinion that the applicant's proposed mitigation falls short of mitigating the safety risk associated with the right turn movement from Te Puna Road. The lay evidence heard from submitters further reinforces this conclusion, though I note I had already reached my conclusion based on the expert evidence. On the distance into the site that ceiling should be conditioned, both Mr. McLean and Mr. Harrison agree on 30 metres being suitable. However, Mr. McLean has also recommended that all trafficable areas within 30 metres of the accessway are sealed. I support this recommendation, and I'll just add that mostly the reason I support that is because there was actually a rule in the district plan requiring that all areas, loading areas, parking areas, and the private ways shall be sealed. So. Regarding the question arising in day one from the chair on the paint markings and potential ultra-virus nature of the proposed consent condition, Mr. McLean can best speak to the process that would be necessary, but I understand that the works could actually be undertaken by the applicant. Landscape and visual effects. After hearing Mr. Mansur's reply statement and submitters' evidence, I reconfirm my opinion that landscape effects are no more than minor. That's right, no more than minor, with the recommended consent conditions in place. I endorse the positions Mr. Mansur has landed on regarding the suggested changes to conditions. On construction and potential flooding effects, I accept the evidence of Mr. Boss that regarding construction effects and accept the suggested amendment to condition 9 to remove the need for a construction methodology. Regarding Mr. Joyne's evidence on the flooding impact of upgrading the accessway culvert and Mr. Phillips' supporting statement, I accept that the flooding effects from the proposed upgrade are less than minor. On stormwater quality, in the single sample that was undertaken on 23rd of September 2023, I make the following comments. In my opinion, the sampling should be treated with caution. One sample does not equal a robust and representative sampling program and does not provide the weight of evidence recommended by the ANZAC freshwater assessment guidelines. Secondly, it is not clear if the two samples were separated sufficiently or reasonably mixed. Also, localised changes to local waterways were present in the period leading up to the sampling, which is the Parker upstream diversion that we heard about yesterday, and were only remedied a few days prior to the sampling event. As such, I consider the drain hydrology and water quality could have been out of the ordinary after this event. When on site on day 2 of the hearing, I observed that whilst most of the site would sheet flow into shallow culvert cut-out drains alongside the western side of the site's private way and pass via the sampled culvert outlet, there still appeared to be a direct overland flow pathway to the roadside drain that would bypass this culvert from the AJ demolition tenancy area. Excuse me. Copper was detected at concerning levels in the drain. As Mr Crossan noted on day one of the hearing, the source of the copper is unknown. As well, the relevance or suitability of the Katikati comprehensive stormwater consent water quality limits is not made clear within Mr Wood's memorandum. The date of this consent is not provided, and I note that the industry standard on suitable water quality is the ANZAC guidelines. The sampling did not test all relevant analytes. I would have recommended lead and pH also be included. The potential pathway to ground and then into the drains, which generally represents the shallow water groundwater table, has not been explored or eliminated. And finally, no sediment sampling was included. I understand that heavy metals generally bind to sediment, and we heard evidence yesterday from Tangata Whenua of species in the Hakau, which are sediment burrowing or filtering or bottom species. Accordingly, and based on my experience of reviewing and assessing stormwater discharge applications, I am not convinced that there is suitable information to reach a well-informed conclusion on the effects of stormwater quality associated with the application. I recommend that the commissioners adopt a precautionary approach in this regard, particularly as the relevant statutes require an improvement in stormwater, and we have heard from submitters that this is of great importance for mana whenua. There is one other point on stormwater I would like to clarify. Mr Cowley mentioned a 20-metre waterway setback from the 2005 court decision. I can confirm that although the interim decision report did discuss a 20-metre setback, it doesn't appear to have made its way into the final rule set. In any case, the operative district plan, that rule 21.4.1b, the third bullet point, requires setbacks of 10 metres adjoining the rural zone, 20 metres from Te Puna Station Road, and 5 metres from any other boundary. Sorry, I just need to blow my nose. A little bit under the weather today. Okay. On noise, after hearing submissions, my conclusion on noise is unchanged. In response to a point made by Mr Cowley, I understand from experience assessing noise effects that vegetation is not an effective noise buffer. Mitigation would generally only be provided by the earth buns. Regarding Mr Cowley's evidence that noise levels increased with the 2012 district plan review, I don't dispute that fact and said I would provide it for the close of hearing, but I actually found it this morning, so I've provided this email from Mr Runcie, which confirms the effect of the change between that version and what we have now in the district plan is the same equivalent of 6 to 7 decibels change higher. There was a different measurement unit used between both plans. However, I note that that plan change was approved following a publicly notified plan change process, and this application is not a chance to revisit or challenge that decision. We must assess noise against the operative district plan rules. On servicing, I noted in Mr Cowley's evidence that my recommendation to accept that reticulated water supply is not upgraded as being unacceptable in relation to fire hazards. I respond that in condition proposed 18, which I'll reference the numbering used in the attachment 6, which I believe you have. So condition 18, which I suggest be imposed, will require written confirmation from the fire service that there is adequate supply for firefighting. So that doesn't spell out the means by which that would be achieved. That would be determined by what the fire service would require. So, and they're the experts in implementing their own fire code. So I'll leave that up to them. On Mr Cowley's concerns regarding portaloos and high winds causing them to spill wastewater, this may be a valid concern, and I wonder if there is a way to secure them. I also note that I had raised similar concerns previously on similar risks during flood events. I will let the applicant respond on a practical method to address that risk. On cultural effects, As the status of the PACE provided by, in the PACE is the Pirirako Assessment of Cultural Effects, provided by Ms Shepherd is now uncertain due to the change from conditional support to neutral. I note that Mr Crossan's reliance on the PACE in his evidence may need to be reconsidered. However, I understand from Ms Shepherd's hearing evidence that the cultural mitigation conditions of consent are still desirable to Pirirako. As such, I support the retention of conditions 25 to 27. Due to the reservation I hold regarding the stormwater quality assessment provided by the applicant, and after hearing cultural evidence, I struggle to see how the proposed activity, being absent of any stormwater collection and treatment system aligns with the cultural importance of protection and restoration of Te Hakau stream and downstream receiving environments. There is potential harm to aquatic life, mahinga kai, and to the mauri of water that has not been avoided. This opinion is reinforced by the importance that the court placed on the establishment of the 3 hectares of wetland within Te Puna Business Park for cultural mitigation in the 2005 decision. And as Mr Bidwell noted, the promise of the wetland influenced Pirirako's decision to then reluctantly agree to the business park approval by the court. Whilst I consider that the wetland at the western or upstream end of the site would not directly treat runoff from the 4 tenancy areas and access way, it would have assisted with offsetting cultural and water quality effects. In the first application, a stormwater treatment swale is proposed to be constructed within the eastern end of the site. If the commissioners are of a mind to grant consent on all other points, but still hold concerns regarding cultural and stormwater effects, the possible solution is to impose the provision of a section of swale for this application to treat the application site area. However, I do note that that would trigger potential other assessments such as NES and earthworks, expansion of the earthworks consent. The applicant may like to comment in the written reply on the practicality of this suggestion. Regarding Pirirako concerns about the effect of heavy vehicles and associated vibration damaging the path site on Te Puna Station Road, because the applicant has committed via consent condition 10C that all heavy vehicle transport going to and from the site will use Te Puna Road, this potential effect is avoided. It is difficult to draw an overall conclusion on the degree of cultural effects given the gaps in stormwater information. However, if I had to make a judgment at this stage based on the information available, I would conclude that the effects are certainly not less than minor. They are possibly more than minor. I will have to leave that judgment up to the commissioners. Regarding other cultural evidence heard that suggested the business park should be completely overturned or revoked, I submit that this is outside the scope of the legal considerations of this application. Now I turn to financial contributions, to which you had some questions. Regarding the transportation contribution for Te Puna Station Road, which relates to refers to the mid-block, and its purpose is, how did I put that in there? Yes, so the rule specifies that the purpose is to mitigate the impact of traffic generated by the development on the existing road network, and it requires the payment prior to commencement of any industrial or business activity on the business park land or at a later date with the approval of the Council's Group Manager Infrastructure Services. Although it is commonly understood that the contribution would be put towards road widening, I note that it could also be used in other ways to mitigate effects from the traffic generated. We have heard from submitters about the physical damage and erosion to the road and banks of the roadside drain that the heavy vehicles will contribute to. As such, I consider it fair and reasonable that the contribution be retained for road maintenance purposes. I also confirm this opinion because the structural plan contributions are thought to override the general maintenance contributions required by Chapter 11 of the district plan. And I also believe, though I'm not entirely sure about this, that the payment triggered by Chapter 11 would only come into play with subdivision. I have then considered whether the contribution should be reduced due to the 2-year consent term. While that might seem reasonable, the rule is only enforceable upon commencement of industrial or business activity on the land. It would not be payable at a later date in association with the first or second application if activity had already commenced. So what I'm saying is the way the rule's written, you only get one chance to impose that contribution. I don't consider the rules were written with a short-term consent in mind, and a reduction could undermine the council's ability to enforce a larger contribution on future development activity. I therefore consider that the transportation contribution in condition 23 should be retained. Regarding the recent change to the application for waiver of the water financial contribution, I do not find the same issue exists. Rule 12.4.16.5b provides flexibility, allowing payment when requested by council on approval of any subdivision, building or resource consent, or as required as a condition thereof. Given that council's water network engineer has reportedly confirmed to Mr. Crossan that the ability to upgrade the reticulated pipe into Puna Station Road is not feasible in the short term. Sorry, that was a spelling mistake there, feasible. I accept that the contribution is unwarranted for this application. However, I do recommend that this advice is verified by Mr. Vandenberg in writing prior to making a decision on this application. So coming to my overall opinion on effects, I find that the adverse effects overall are more than minor and would therefore fail the section 104B gateway test. Objectives and policies assessment, second gateway. At paras 167 to 169 of this evidence, Mr. Crossan has challenged the methodology I used in 42A to assess the objectives and policies. At 168, he states that inconsistent doesn't, in my opinion or understanding, equate to being contrary to. I'm not sure how finding multiple inconsistent with elevates the assessment to being repugnant or to or opposed to. It may be that Ms. Pearing considers that because of the number of objectives and policies that she finds the application to be inconsistent with, elevate the application to being contrary to the objectives and policies as a whole. In response to this, and as confirmed in my earlier presentation, I mean the word inconsistent to mean at odds with or contrary to. Although I didn't spell it out, in making the overall conclusion set out at para 244 of the 42A that the proposal is contrary to the objectives and policies, I had considered the framework of the relevant, sorry, I should have spelled obs and poles in full there, but with the Te Puna Business Park lens to identify the overall outcomes that are expected and considered whether the proposal would achieve those outcomes. Because there are no specific Te Puna Business Park or structure plan objectives and policies in the district plan, such assessment must also be informed by the structure plan rule set as the mechanism by which the overall outcomes are to be achieved. Firstly, the subdivision and development objectives 12.2.1.2 and 12.2.1.3 set the tone for integrated development and infrastructure provision as follows. So, point 1 states that subdivision and development is planned in an integrated manner and provided with the necessary infrastructure and services to ensure that the land is able to be used for its intended purpose. And point 3 states that infrastructure and services are designed and constructed to minimum standards which will result in improved environmental outcomes without significant additional cost to the community. The industrial zone objectives and policies run themes of generating economic well-being whilst achieving effects mitigation and providing equitable extension and or upgrading of infrastructure in accordance with structure plans. Many of the objectives and policies require outcomes equating to environmental improvement. And I've given some examples that you can look up in your own time there. Notably, policy 12.2.2.3 specifically relates to staging and says subdivision to be undertaken in accordance with any staging requirements to ensure the effective and efficient servicing of land within the catchment. And on that, you might say, well, there is no subdivision with this application, but we need to remember that subdivision was intended, and there's also a rule trigger for this application for not vesting things. I recognise that the granting of this consent application with conditions imposed would be supported by provisions that relate to efficient use of industrial land, economic well-being for the applicant/developer, and also find support in the amenity and noise objectives and policies. However, I find that the activity is contrary to substantially more provisions than it is consistent with, and when considered against the context which the rule framework and 2005 Environment Court decision provides, the purpose of the Te Puna Business Park Structure Plan and the outcomes it seeks to achieve, the application struggles. In the round, I therefore consider that the proposal is a direct challenge to the policy direction of the structure plan and the district plan more generally, because it does not equate to integrated well service development carried out in the staged manner prior to commencement of industrial activity. And this in turn generates outcomes that do not avoid, remedy or mitigate all adverse effects to an acceptable level. Overall, in my opinion, the proposal will not result in improved environmental outcomes or use of the industrial business park land for its intended purpose with a wide variety of industrial activities. Rather, I consider that the proposal represents the ad hoc development and use that the court was intent on avoiding. In other words, it is opposite to, clashing with, or repugnant to the intended outcomes. So I'll touch briefly on plan integrity and precedent, but it's been well covered by Ms. Amy and myself in the 42A. So nothing in the applicants or submitters' evidence has persuaded me to change my opinion on these other matters. For these considerations, and in closing, it is useful to reflect on the following summary of visual effects from the court decision of 2005. We have concluded that the appellant has taken an industrial park approach to this change, intending to achieve a more certain outcome by the imposition of requirements around the perimeter of the site, as well as the central overland flow area, now wetlands, and ponds and internal planting. This is coupled with performance standards and the requirement for exceptions to be dealt with as discretionary, now with the district plan change that went up to non-complying activities. The appellant presses on the court that this is a more certain outcome to the application of the plan than further ad hoc development. And turning to my final recommendation, I can conclude that by my now completed assessment, the application would fail both of the gateway tests. As such, plan integrity and precedent considerations would fall away. However, should the commissioners reach a different conclusion on the effects assessment, then I would still maintain my original assessment that the application be declined based on plan integrity and precedent, as well as being contrary to the NPS for freshwater management and the regional policy statement. Finally, regarding consent conditions, I don't consider that Mr. Crossan and myself are poles apart on those. I believe I responded to the most crucial questions on conditions today. Apologies if I've missed anything. Taking into consideration questions or recommendations made by the Chair and considering relevant evidence, I am comfortable that a revised set can be worked out between the applicant and council and then provided to the panel.
Thank you for that. See if we have questions. James, questions?
Thank you, Ms. Perrin. And I'm grateful for your written reply. I have no questions for you.
Just got a number of matters I'd like to raise with you. The first one's at paragraph 70.
Yes.
So you referred that Mr McLean could best speak to that. He's gone away now. So could you put this question to Mr McLean and have him provide a brief answer for us in writing, outlining the process that would need to be undertaken to enable a third party to alter road markings on
Of course.
a road? And if that could be provided by the end of the week, that would be good.
No problem.
Just regarding paragraph 74C,
Yes.
how relevant is the water quality in the receiving drain? I mean, I take your point that this is only one spot sample and we weren't told the magnitude of the storm event or what its return period was, etc., when the sampling was undertaken. But wouldn't it be the quality of the stormwater exiting the site that was more important?
Yes, but that's only one possible pathway for the stormwater to enter the drain from the site. As I've said at point H as well, that there is another potential pathway via ground as well.
Yeah.
There's also some other drains that go under the bund at the site into the drain. I'm not sure at what point, what sort of rainfall event those might be triggered as from runoff from the tenants' areas.
Okay.
Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. So what you're saying is that there's other potential contaminant flow paths from the site into the drain, and therefore the water quality in the drain might be reflective of what's happening from the wider site.
Potentially, potentially not. We just don't have the information at this stage.
Paragraph 77, these setbacks. Are there any provisions in the district plan that require industrial activities to be set back certain distances from streams?
From the stream?
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm aware of. I think those are the only setbacks that apply to Puna Business Park.
Well, I just meant generally within the district plan.
Oh, right.
Some district plans say...
I'd have to come back to you on that answer.
Yeah,
Sorry,
can
I
you
don't
come
know
back to us on that? Some district plans say you can't do certain things within specified distances of water bodies.
Yeah, can I come back to you on that one? In the
Yep.
Version? Yep.
Yep.
Sorry, what paragraph was that in relation to? Number?
77, so the
77.
setbacks. So the question is there any provision in the district plan that requires industrial activities, since that's what we're dealing with, to be set back specified distances from water bodies? And in this case, a stream or a river. In terms of, oh, sorry, wait, you write that down.
Yes.
So in your 77, where you discuss in the second sentence, sorry, in the third sentence and then going over the page, the setbacks that you specify there, how are they relevant to us?
They
Is
are,
it the 20
they are
metres?
specific to Puna Business Park setbacks.
Okay. So when would the 10-metre setback apply to the site? Would that be to the rear of the site, or what's the zoning to the rear of the site?
Yes, so 10 metres joining the rural zone. Yes, so the rural zone goes around the southern and western boundary of the site. Obviously, because of the different setback, 20-metre setback from Te Puna Station Road, that takes care of that whole northern boundary.
Yep. And so the 20-metre setback, does that apply, what does that apply to? Does that apply to industrial activities, or does it apply to things like the bund? What has to be 20 metres back?
That's for the, I believe that's actually for buildings.
Buildings. So do we
But
have...
again, I might double check that.
Yeah, can you just clarify what the 20 metres relates to?
Yeah.
whether it's industrial activities generally or ancillary activities or
Yes, in
buildings
terms of
specifically.
setback of the bunds, that is a matter of debate, and I understand there's been some submissions that suggest that it's not located correctly. I think I provided you in the original information pack my own interpretation of the Appendix 7 in terms of landscaping and funding and how that should be interpreted. I don't have it on me today, but
Maybe
I didn't consider when I looked at those that a 20-metre setback was required for the roadside bund.
okay. So again, if you could just clarify what the 20 metres specified in the district plan does apply to.
I believe that relates to buildings, yeah.
Yeah.
And because that would make sense, why there would need to be another separate one for the bunds.
And in confirming that, can you just advise whether or not, and I don't think there are, whether or not there are any buildings within 20 metres of Tapuna Station Road?
There's not any permanent buildings.
No.
There are the relocatable dwellings, but
Well, that would depend how buildings defined in the district plan, wouldn't it?
yes. However, I believe in the condition set, I have suggested a setback for some of those activities anyway. Where is it? Yeah, so condition 15, I recommended that no buildings, relocatable dwellings or pool shells be stored within 10 metres from the southern and eastern site boundary and 20 metres from the roadside boundary.
Yeah.
Actually, were they ones that you suggested, Shay? I can't quite remember whether I did or you did.
No, I believe they're ones that you suggested in your condition set. But look, I think I haven't questioned that condition, so I'm confident that could be met.
Just on the issue of stormwater, a thought that's been bothering me during the hearing and prior to it. I mean, discharge of stormwater to a water body is a Section 15 RMA matter, not a Section 9 matter. And from my understand, from what you've said and Mr. Crossan has said, that the regional council has advised that stormwater discharge does not require a resource consent. Is that correct? So therefore it's a permitted activity under Section 15. So I'm questioning what jurisdiction we might have under Section 9 to even go there.
Well, there are the stormwater requirements under the district plan which require stormwater infrastructure and improvement of stormwater. It doesn't deal with stormwater discharge per se, but it requires infrastructure.
Okay, so the Section 9 considerations for us might be whether or not the infrastructure provided is adequate, rather than
Correct.
looking at the effects of the discharge per se.
Yeah, so the drains into Tapuna Business Park kind of sit in a strange place between both councils. This regional council, I believe, is of the opinion that they're drains, they're man-made drains, therefore they're not water bodies that they have jurisdiction over. However, yeah, it sort of does niggle at me too that surely that doesn't mean you can just discharge anything into the drains.
Yeah.
So, because it may eventually make its way into the Hakau, which is then in the regional council's jurisdiction.
Yeah. Would you just bear with me a minute? Just want to check something. I don't understand the fact that the regional council thinks the drain might be an artificial water body to circumvent the Section 15 requirements. They're quite clear, no person may discharge any contaminant or water into water.
Perhaps Mr. Crossan might like to provide an opinion on his response. He's the one that's had the conversations with regional council on whether rules would be,
Right.
regional consent would be required or not.
Okay. Yeah, just your paragraph 93, you recommended that the end of it, advice be verified by Mr. Vanderberg. So again, can you provide that by the end of the week?
Yes, if he's available, hopefully he will be.
I'm sure he can be
Yep.
made available. It shouldn't take him long to provide that answer to you. Paragraph 98, I mean, it's kind of interesting that the Puna Business Park structure plan provisions don't have objectives and policies. It's kind of a little bit odd, but have you got any kind of case law support or planning document guidance that would lead us to be reassured that where there are no objectives and policies, that under section 104D we can instead refer to the rules or be informed by the rules?
No, I don't.
Okay. In terms of 103, paragraph 103, you find support in the amenity and noise objectives and policies. Understand where you might decide that on noise because the applicant has agreed to abide by the standards, and if they don't, then that becomes an enforcement issue for the council to follow up on. But in terms of amenity, we've had evidence from the lay submitters that they consider the local amenity to be adversely affected to a more than minor degree. Just wondering how if you could explain where you got to on amenity objectives and policies.
Yes, just a moment. Just look at my 42A. So I don't know if you've got my 42A in front of you, but at paragraph 240,
Just a
I
minute.
have assessed the amenity and noise development of St Paul's.
Okay, 240, got that now, yes.
So obviously the first objective is about noise,
Mhm.
and that also mentions noise in accordance with the character and amenity of the zone. Then policies, again around noise, I found that those were all consistent.
Mhm.
Then moving on to objective 4C.5.21, avoidance or mitigation of the potential adverse visual effects of activities situated in prominent locations or adjacent to residential areas. And policy, following on policy, ensure appropriate landscaping and screening
Right.
is established in conjunction. So it's about the landscaping and screening really is what is meant by amenity in those provisions.
Okay. So it's not amenity as defined in the Act, the district plan narrows it down to these issues
No, I think
here,
it's,
does it?
yeah, that's what I meant.
Noise
Narrowed on
and
those.
visual, right. That's all I had for you, thank you. Right, so that's a timely place to pause. So Mr. Gardner-Hopkins, is it still your desire to give a verbal reply today and a written one later, or do you wish just to do a full written reply later? Up to you.
So look, I'm very happy to give an oral reply shortly. I have been trying to keep notes, and I may try and hit the highlights.
Yep.
But with the written response, perhaps just padding out on some of the matters.
Yep.
And I suppose I mentioned the idea of having conditions, an updated set of conditions filed subsequently. There may be some evidential matters that should be the subject of a short further statement. And I have in mind in particular the potential for some of the traffic evidence that we've heard today for Mr. Harrison to be able to respond to that. The statements were quite detailed, and they did address in part matters that Mr. Harrison addressed in the Section 92 information, and so didn't arise solely out of his evidence that he gave in the course of the hearing. So I just do think as a matter of fairness, there should be some things that he should have the opportunity to reply to. But I accept it should be limited and strictly in reply.
Yeah, and I imagine it would be limited to issues of fact. If he thinks that any of the factual matters raised by the council's transport witnesses are incorrect, i.e. if they referred to the wrong diagram or the wrong manual, I really wouldn't want to see any further opinion evidence coming through.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of, we'll break from afternoon tea shortly. If we break for 15 minutes, is that enough time for you to prepare your verbal response, or would you like a longer period of time?
There are a couple of matters that I'd quite like the opportunity to discuss with Mr. and Mrs. Daniel.
Yeah.
Half an hour should be sufficient if that's possible.
Yep, so we'll adjourn shortly and reconvene at 3:30. And just could you just consider whether or not it would be possible for you, given Ms. Pearing's advice that her and Mr. Crossan aren't that far apart on conditions, and again to reiterate to the submitters, when we talk about conditions, you don't need to be concerned that we've already made our minds up, because we haven't. But would it be possible to have your full written reply by the close of play next Wednesday, the 18th?
Yes.
Okay, that's excellent. All right, we'll adjourn now for half an hour, and when we'll receive a verbal reply to be followed up by a full written reply by close of play on Wednesday, the 18th. Right, good afternoon again, everyone. We now have, as this part of the process, the applicant's reply. Their initial reply, pending a full written reply next week.
Thank you. Look, just before I start, I've actually got quite a bad head cold and my ears are quite blocked. So I feel like I'm talking in a bit of a fishbowl, but it is also making it quite hard for me to hear. So yeah, if you are asking questions, if you can, please speak up. And look, I've got a number of matters to cover. I suppose just to start off back with the framework as to how a consent application like this should be assessed. And I suppose it's not actually the most straightforward of things. And partly that's because the RMA itself doesn't really deal with retrospective consents. I think the only place that it does is where works are undertaken under the emergency works provisions, and then there is a requirement for the particular authority to then seek consent as quickly as possible afterwards. And I know in that context, some of the authorities do say, well, what has been undertaken in an emergency situation, you can't pretend that it doesn't exist, and you can't pretend that you should start from scratch in that situation. And I accept that this is not like that. And there are authorities and a general proposition in law and practice that a person shouldn't get an advantage from their own wrongdoing. And so in terms of trying to conceptualise how best you should approach your decision-making process and hopefully avoid a lot of the noise, a lot of the disquiet about the background and the history, my view is that you can rightly put all of that aside with one or two exceptions, and I'll try and explain what I think they are. And effectively, you should be approaching this as if the relevant part of the site is clear. And as I say, we certainly say that part of the site was lawfully filled under a regional council consent initially, which the regional council did supervise. And so it wasn't totally uncontrolled. The regional council was checking, what the fill was. Was it clean fill? So conceptually, you start from that framework and you treat this consent as if it was an application against that context for these 4 activities. And you assess the effects and the nature of the activities against the relevant objectives and policies in the usual way. And then I come to my exceptions in terms of the fact that those activities are currently existing. And the first I mentioned in opening was that because they're existing, they can be measured or they can be observed, and so you do, in some respects, have a greater understanding of what those effects are, as opposed to just predicting what they might be. The second circumstance where the fact that they are existing is relevant is in terms of conditions and the practicality of what conditions can be imposed. So, for example, a condition requiring the upgrade of the Te Puna Station Road intersection to include a right turn bay, in my view, that's not a practical condition that you could impose, because it's likely to take a couple of years to get particular consents, to deal with land acquisition, to deal with design, and to deal with construction. And so given that this is a short-term consent as well, that's not really on the table. We'd obviously also say that that's not on the table for this consent because it's a very small contributor to the issues at that intersection. And I'll come back to that later. Then the third area where the fact that this activity exists may be relevant to your decision, I say, is in the matter of precedent. So if we get past the gateways and you're looking at precedent under section 104(1)(c), and what this signals for other applications or other applicants, then I do think looking at the context and the background is relevant. And there are pluses and minuses for that, for the applicant. And in terms of precedent, we would say for the applicant, well, Mr. Daniels did receive some assurances from the council about the activities that are occurring there. I don't think we need to unpick that too much necessarily, but there certainly was some sort of acceptance in 2016 when the first activity located, A&J. And there was also some sort of acceptance in advance of the next activity in 2019. And then there's, the rest of the history. I suppose counting against Mr. Daniel in that sort of precedent sense is what he knew or what he should have known about his obligations. But as I say, it's in my view, it's in that confined area, if you get to precedent, is where those factors come into play. They're not relevant to the assessment of effects, and they're not relevant to the objectives and policies assessment either. It's the activities themselves, and essentially, particularly for the objectives and policies assessment, they're being undertaken without completing all of the structure plan requirements. That is relevant. And at that point, what the applicant did or didn't know or should or shouldn't have done, I say that's irrelevant at that point. So with all that said, because it has been a feature through the course of the last few days, there has been some criticism of Mr. Daniel and his conduct. And I do think, in fairness to him, and in case you think it's relevant, I do briefly address that. And I've mentioned some of those matters in terms of the council could have come in 2016 and said, hang on, you can't do that yet. Could have come in and done the same thing in 2019 and before it ultimately intervened from 2020 onwards. So I think, like some of the submitters, Mr. Daniel does have a sense of some frustration with how the council has handled this. Because if he had had a very clear, no, you cannot do this, he wouldn't have. In terms of once he was told no, so the first abatement notice, I think, was in March 2020, and that abatement notice said no further development. And he ensured that there was no further development. And when he was speaking to you, he mentioned that meant he couldn't do anything else. And what I understand by that is is actually he can't do anything else. So to the extent that the intended overland flow paths and the wetlands have not been put in place, because they qualify as a development, he is precluded from rectifying that until he gets a resource consent. The abatement notice prevents him from going out tomorrow and setting that right. So the path that he went down from 2020 was to try and seek consent to precisely enable those works. And it's taken much longer than he thought or hoped. During the processing of the first consent, it became apparent there was an issue with the lawfulness of the earthworks, and that triggered a requirement to seek consent for those. I won't address you on whether or not there was an existing use right. I don't think you need to decide that. But the point is, from this side of the table, if you are thinking about Mr. Daniels and his conduct, we urge you to take those matters into account. And really the position is that he's tried to do the best he can, and he certainly hasn't deliberately tried to circumvent the rules. And that includes with this particular consent application. This is not part of an elaborate strategy or game. Mr. Daniels saw the difficulties with those first two consents. He didn't want to leave his tenants in a state of uncertainty, and he had the spectre of the abatement notice hanging over his head. And so if he didn't do something, then he would be liable to prosecution. And so the only thing he could do was to seek this consent to try and get those activities authorised for a short period of time. And as I say, in terms of precedent, the 2-year period is important. And it is sought in anticipation that the first two consents will be resolved within 2 years. But there's no guarantee. And the risk is that those first two consents do take longer. But if this consent is granted, then the tenants have essentially certainty for 2 years, and they have that time to get their houses in order in terms of a contingency strategy should those wider consents not be granted. And that 2-year period is deliberately tight. We did think about asking for longer, but we actually thought that would reinforce criticism about gaming. If we said, oh, can we have a 5-year consent, please? And then we can go slow on the first two consent applications. So look, it's deliberately tight, but if consent is granted, everyone will know where things sit. So turning to the next issue, and this is a substantive one in terms of traffic safety and risk. And this does, at least in my sense, seem to be the most critical issue. And it is acknowledged that traffic safety is important, and Mr. and Mrs. Daniel don't want to be the cause of an accident, and particularly not a serious one. So they're proceeding on the advice of their traffic expert. There is a difference in opinion. What I suppose I come back to, in very simple terms, is there is still a very small number of additional movements caused by the 4 activities. And look, it depends how you break it down, but I think there's certainly agreement from transportation terms that it's something like 61 equivalent car movements. But it is, I think, in language I understand more, around 6 trucks and 3 truck and trailers a day. And so I do say that's at a very low end of the traffic generation spectrum. What I don't think too much has been said about is that for some of those movements, the loads are oversized. And so they actually have particular specific traffic safety measures put in place. You know, I think we all see it sometimes, the pilot vehicle, the following vehicle, wide load follows. And so what I would say is, in terms of safety from those movements, they are in a slightly different category to the unassisted heavy vehicle movements. In terms of the Te Station Road intersection, I think we've heard that the council is open to facilitating the change in markings. And I think we will get some, if I heard correctly, more information just about the process by which traffic engineering approval would occur for that. My submission is that is something that is offered up by the applicant, and it is within your powers to impose as a condition of consent. We will still look at the precise wording just to make sure we are happy with that. And whilst, as I understand Mr. Harrison's evidence, that change in road marking is mitigation for the small number of additional vehicles from the 4 activities. As I understand it, to the extent it has a benefit, and even if it's a small benefit in terms of safety, the wider public will all benefit from that. And so unless the council is going to go and do those road markings itself, if this consent is declined, then that small improvement will not occur. The other observation I make, and it may be that I've missed it, but the council's traffic engineers, from what I saw from their evidence, weren't particularly clear at identifying the scale or significance of the effects they were concerned about. So I didn't see that they definitively said more than minor, major, significant. I know they identified against the relevant manuals how the risk category was to be identified, but I didn't see a clear conclusion on the scale of effect. And look at it, maybe that this is one of these effects of low probability but high potential impact, so we're not saying it's irrelevant, but I didn't get any sense as to how much additional traffic might be acceptable, and whether the position is this intersection is so dangerous there should be no additional traffic allowed. And I would find that quite extraordinary if that's the case. And if that is the case, and I think this may have been where some of Commissioner Whetu's questions to the council's traffic people were heading, was if it's so bad now, then why isn't the council doing something about it? And certainly Mr. Harrison was very clear that he thought this was an existing problem that needed correction independent of any business park traffic. And so I make the point about, well, is any additional traffic allowable? Because of course it is always possible for consent to be granted for something less than what is sought. And look, this is certainly not what Mr. and Mrs. Daniel want for their tenants, but it could be that you are concerned, even with the 61 ECMs, that that's a bit much, but you might be less concerned with a reduced number. And so what I'm saying is it would be open to you to grant consent for 1, 2, 3, or 4 of the tenancies. And I think in terms of the detail of the traffic generation, the individual contributions, I think there is some evidence about who contributes what. But for example, coming back to the oversized movements, the house moving aspects, they are less frequent and they will have traffic safety management measures. And so it may be that you reach the conclusion that from a traffic safety perspective, their effects are okay, or no more than minor, shall we say. So as I say, look, Mr. Daniel doesn't want to throw any of his tenants under the bus, but consent for something is better than consent for nothing. And so I wanted to say that that was on the table for you, although it's not something that the applicant is urging you to do. In terms of landscape matters, I think there is less of a contest. It does seem to be about the 4.5 metre height in shade cloth, or 6 metres, and what setback from the additional planting should be required, whether 1 metre is enough or whether it should be 3 metres. I think Mr. Mansur was more concerned about activities that could compact the ground, and so there may be room for some activities to occur, and there may need to be a look at the detail of any setback condition. Suppose, in my view, those particular matters to do with landscaping are capable of resolution through conditions, and based on the evidence you've heard, you can decide what is appropriate, rather than being a fundamental impediment to the grant of consent. We have had some discussion about flooding, and this is clearly a wider issue. I do say again that the case and the evidence for the applicant is that those activities continuing won't change the flooding situation at all. I think in fairness to Mr. Boss and the applicant, you were referred to by Ms. Cowley in some of her notes to material that was put before the court in the abatement notice setting. And one of the quotes was incomplete. I think in terms of the text, it was split, the paragraph was split between 2 pages. It was about further modelling works needing and currently being underway to understand the impact of the filling on wider modelling. But the missing sentence, and if I may just read it out, it'll be in the written version. From the larger catchment modelling results, the physical location of the site towards the lower end of the catchment and the singular effect of the runoff generated from the base site is not considered to be the primary cause of flooding or noted stormwater issues within the catchment. So the point being that it is accepted that fill, possibly unlawful, is a contributor to flooding, but the expert evidence there was it's not the primary cause of flooding. Coming to cultural matters, the applicant, Mr. and Mrs. Daniel, fully acknowledge the importance of the area generally to Periraka and the Waihi Te Puna and other areas of particular significance identified by Ms. Shepherd and others in the course of the hearing. Mr. Daniel has sought to engage appropriately in the way he understood was the way to do it, being with a representative of the tribal authority, Ms. Shepherd, who I think has the current title Senior Technical Cultural Report Writer. Ms. Shepherd has been a long-standing point of contact for the Daniels. But both Mr. and Mrs. Daniel recognise the mana of the Kaumatua, including those who spoke and were referred to, Kaumatua Bidua and Kaumatua Borel. They understand and acknowledge Ms. Shepherd's shift in terms of the formal position from support to neutral, and they understand and accept that. They are more than prepared, however, going forward to engage with Kaumatua if that is appropriate. And they do make that offer, and they are wishing to talk. For better or worse, we've still got a long way to go before all of the issues are resolved. And they do want to better understand and build a meaningful relationship. So the issue of cultural matters does intersect in many respects with many other effects. And in terms of water quality, it's a matter that's been of some discussion. The applicant says the evidence that it has put forward should give you some comfort that there is no major water quality issue arising from activities on the site. They do wish to reflect as to whether a further condition can or should be imposed in terms of ongoing monitoring. Of course, it can't be monitoring for monitoring's sake. If there is an issue identified, there has to be a response. But also as to whether or not there are any additional improvements or restoration measures that can be offered up as part of this consent application. And I think Ms. Perring mentioned the potential for early installation of a swale elsewhere on the site. It may be there's some additional planting, not for landscape purposes, but in terms of natural filtration, rushes or the like. And the applicant is going to look at that and may offer something up in the revised set of conditions. I'll just touch on this very briefly. And again, it goes to the conduct issue around the original planting. But, and I'm happy to have Mr. Daniel confirm it if need be, but he does categorically deny any doctoring of what was referred to as, I think, the HQ landscaping plan. And from his perspective, he was responding to concerns raised by the hapu as to how that planting should be done. And he does acknowledge that because it originally wasn't professionally planted, there had to be some remediation soon after. And I understand that was undertaken professionally by Plant Care Limited. And to the extent that some of that original planting has still failed, that is to be replaced as part of this application. I don't think noise is a main issue. Coming back to the frame, it's the district plan as we currently find it, not necessarily what it might used to have been. And again, Mr. Daniel can confirm this if need be, but there was some evidence from the submitters about various noise in the wider environment, and many fairly said that it wasn't necessarily from the Tenex site. There were some recent examples given, though, that I think the suggestion was there was clanging and banging and machinery noise from the Tenex site early on the weekend. Mr. Daniel says that was from different sources. The baling of hay was occurring nearby as one example, and also that some of the clanging comes from KiwiRail in terms of some of its track maintenance. Short point is the noise experts seem satisfied that noise can be managed properly. And I think I am trying to stick to the big issues rather than the rats are nice. Contrary to integrity and precedent, so we have checked the objectives and policies, and we can't find a very directive avoid policy that says something along the lines of avoid any development within the Te Puna Business Park prior to completion of all structure plan requirements. So there is something of a policy vacuum. The structure is that if the particular standards or requirements of the structure plan are not met, then that triggers the need for a non-complying consent. In terms of precedent, and it wasn't something I was specifically aware of, or maybe I'd missed, but it was mentioned that Overton or OLP was also seeking retrospective consents for activities on its land. I certainly was aware that they were also subject to an abatement notice. I understand they didn't appeal that abatement notice. And look, I personally haven't seen the consent application, but I know the applicable abatement notice refers to ceasing activities including swimming pool storage, relocatable homes, steel fabrication and engineering activities, and the processing and or storage of firewood for sale. So I have to accept there is some crossover, and so on its face, there may be some precedent arising from that. From what I understand, there are some key differences. One is that, excuse me, OLP site is fully occupied rather than its activities occupying a small portion. I don't know, but if there weren't similar assurances given to OLP that the activities at one point were okay, or some of them were okay, that would be a distinguishing factor in terms of precedent. And as I understand it, the OLP activities do generate greater numbers of traffic movements. And so that could be a distinguishing factor. Also, I think, strictly speaking, if you were to grant consent to this activity, then their traffic movements would be cumulative to these traffic movements. And again, cumulative effects have always been a potential differentiation in terms of precedent. So I suppose we're trying to wrap things up. I do just want to say I personally acknowledge the concerns of the residents and the mismatch between the expectations set in the 2005 Environment Court decision and what you see now. I understand the frustration. I understand the difficulties for communities. And this is personal. I do assist community groups, iwi hapu, as well as developers. So I do get that, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I have spoken to Mr. and Mrs. Daniel, and they want to acknowledge that too. Their position is that this current process for these 4 activities is not the place to resolve the wider issues. And as I said, we've got a long way to go still. They, as with meeting with Kaumatua, if they wish, they are offering to meet with the residents, with each of the community groups, together, separately, in whatever way might work best for the community. But as I say, they're really offering it in the context of the first 2 consent applications, because look, otherwise we will have a very long road and they'd rather work with the community as best they can. And look, that's really all I want to say, unless there are questions.
No, I think that's pretty clear. Questions, James? No questions from me either, but thank you for your verbal response, and we look forward to getting the full written response in due course with the conditions and so far as they can be agreed or otherwise. So that brings us to the end of this part of the hearing. The process from here is we'll await to receive the written reply. James and I, not that James, but this James and I will decide whether or not we require any further information. If we don't, we'll then close the hearing, and then the 15 working day time frame kicks in for us to issue our decision. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance at the hearing. I understand there is a long history here and emotions sometimes run strong, but you've all conducted yourselves very well in a mostly reasonably polite manner. So we do appreciate that. It makes our job easier. And now we'd just like to conclude with a karakia.